Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, setting up our second customs house with another waste incinerator, with the goal to make construction waste into gravel here and earn us enough money to run our republic. And we're building another settlement on this side, although this one is mainly to provide us a technical university for now, but it might turn into a location for the orphans in the future. But for now we'll start it with just a university. So none of these will currently provide a research point. We're still working on our financial situation and also preparing for 1920, when people get to vote again if we reset. Before that we need to have our rail construction infrastructure in place, so even if people vote for it we can still start building things. We will see. Hello Neocontra, welcome. Let's see how it goes. Still running horses everywhere. And the third construction area is the one where we are setting up for a larger heating plant to provide heating to Beslady, so that we can use the area around the customs house for settlement development and reduce our pollution situation. Until then, our loyalty is going to be down in the tank, because I'm not going to care about what the orphanage does, I guess. Part 8, Rogue Orphans. Well, we're currently on part 13, I think. But yes, definitely the case. We're still running the orphanages just so we can make sure that the criminality stays low, and I guess they're getting some happiness from it. But for our loyalty, it's not going to be great. We'll have to work on that after we secured our financial means, and maybe started developing towards more settlements. We're currently making sure that all of the areas here have the groundwork materials delivered and the groundwork built up. And then we're going to deactivate the sending of workers to those construction sites until we can actually have trains, because before that we don't really need to run this whole area. The rail construction building is also to be built still. Need to finish the road and the road into the building itself, and we will have our adoption agency here. The rail construction office being only a temporary setup. The adoption agency next to the customs house is an experiment where we will be able to test if we can use that to balance out our increased amount of orphans, where we have way too many of them. But again, we'll only do that once we are focusing on loyalty again. So not right now. Second settlement, Fruskov. Running the clothing factory, with the workers living here and workers coming over from Beslady, if they can get past the worker requirements inside the heating plant. Should be able to make some workers go through here. So much travel time. And yeah, that fills out the worker count in the clothing factory. But the main money maker is still going to be the hazardous waste, I think. Until we figure out a way to transport large quantities of workers, I guess. Which is going to be by train, tram, or otherwise. roundabout doing its thing. Customs house being really slow. Demolition on these construction or demolition sites is also slow, but we have time. There's no urgency to any of this. We need to make room for the heat exchanger, basically. I really want to work on loyalty again, but right now is not the right time, I don't think. Hello, Deviate Fish. Welcome. I think the pollution is causing some problems. How's our socialist utopia doing today? We don't have enough loyal orphans. So the utopia is in a loyalty downward spiral. Because I can't keep justifying spending money on it right now. I'll have to wait until this is running really well, which it currently isn't. But soon it will hopefully do better. And the orphan store is closed for the week. Yes. No orphan stores open right now. We're planning on opening one next to the border at some point. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I hope I can use this outlet as a balancing mechanism. Would be nice. I wonder how much throughput it can actually have. To let like orphans get adopted. Hello Mega Monkey. Welcome. Almost done with the groundworks here. We still got a bunch of buildings. Gravel recycling plant is now running, providing us with gravel. We still need to upgrade this short section of road. But I guess that can wait for now. We will restart the loyalty project once the external heating plant has been set up. Until then, I think our health situation in the settlement and the amount of population is a little bit too low. So I would like to get that under control first. Maybe by next winter it'll be ready. It's gonna be a while. Because there's so much construction ongoing right now. Orphan grinding machine goes hard. We're gonna let them get adopted at the border. No grinding right now. We'll just have an adoption agency without heating next to the customs house and they can flee across the border, hopefully. If they're able to walk. Seven more work days for the warehouse, then it can be unassigned. Okay, the road is done. I think this one can be a dirt one, because this one is temporary, so this should be fine. Bring the materials for the groundworks here. We'll build it up. And then bring the materials for the construction of the building, and we'll build that up later. Hello Simon. Welcome. Okay. Looks like the coaling station can be stopped. Or unassigned from the construction task here. Don't need any more workers after that. One more delivery probably. And we'll build it up once trains are actually needed. The more buildings we unassign, the faster the construction of everything else will start going. But yeah, we have time. Trains will be available in 4 years or less, I think. The LCC construction vehicles. Steam trains in general are already available, but not the ones we need. So, coaling station will be unassigned. This worker will finish the construction of the groundwork. And then, yeah, do that for everything else too. Once the groundwork construction of those is done, next one probably the warehouse. After that, the train station. We have 3 technology points. No, 5. 3 free ones from technically an 1890 start, because we reset by 10 years. 1890, 1900, 1910. It's 3 free points, and then 2 settlements, total of 5. We research secret police, distribution offices, and the loyal for most the university education for most loyal citizens only. We're up to 18% again of the university education, so that's going okay. Yeah, maybe a very small school here wouldn't be the worst idea. Fewer passengers, fewer students, and then we could only focus on passengers getting transported to the settlement would probably increase overall happiness. But I think this one is too large for the area. Once we get a smaller one. I was thinking of researching functionalism. Towards brutalism, so we also get like a small prison. And then we could try and get the loyalty spiral going with orphanages and a prison system. The prison system would probably work decently well if we make sure that most of the people going to prison are highly educated. So we only set up police stations in like our cities where most people will be highly educated. So mostly of the people going to prison are going to be highly educated, which means that we've pushed them towards 100% loyalty. They'll get released and then can run our schools as well, and we don't necessarily have to rely on orphans. Maybe that is the alternative to orphanages. And then the orphanages, I guess, would keep the birth rate high, even if they don't provide loyalty. So we just get like a lot of sports enthusiastic, potentially criminal elements from the orphanages that can then go later on through like the prison system, or just like the external villages that just need more workers. I was wondering if like I should set up a large heating plant next to Pruskov and also provide heating to that one. Just like see how highly we can push this with like a 50% happiness. And still try and go for like really high loyalty. Okay, that's the last work day for the warehouse, I guess. I think. Yeah. Small water pump is already unassigned. Need to finish the groundworks of the train depot. But the train depot and the coaling station are needed. Well, the coaling station is needed first. The train depot is not super urgent, as is the repair station. The coaling station will be needed for the rail construction vehicle to get through. As does the aggregate loading platform, I guess. Sure. Cleanup of the area is almost done. Bit more demolition work. Guess a lot of workers are going to other areas right now. This has low priority, that is not urgent. The university... I don't think it's urgent right now to like do other things right now, I guess. Try and build up the area next to the new heating plant. I think that would be more beneficial. Once this house is gone, we can set up the heat exchanger. A large one here, providing heating for the current area of the heating plant, I think, and then a heat pumping station either to the left or right of it, probably to the right, to supply some more heat to housing projects around the customs house. Maybe along here. And then this area is all going to open up. Because the logging camp will probably move out of this area. I'm not going to hook it up to a rail line. It should be its own smaller settlement at that point. Okay, just let them build, I guess. Money-wise, we're not doing terribly. Foreign manpower we're getting makes it really easy to run the incinerators and the fire safety in those areas. Later on, with the rail line, we can go to mass quantities of resources rather than just small quantities, which will drive down the price of hazardous waste, but we're still gaining gravel, I guess, at that point. And metal scrap. Although mass quantities of metal scrap will only be necessary once we can actually start smelting them down. But that would be an alternative to like a steel industry, I guess. Running a little bit low on fabric there. I mean, we still have students in here with sometimes 50% plus loyalty. There's still some residual loyalty in our republic. But we're not fostering it right now, unfortunately. There's about C-2440 torpedo, 70 kilometers an hour for 6 passengers. That's a very fast car. Would not really do too well in our current infrastructure because of the many horses that will keep it slow. Oh, what? A wooden horse feeder burned down because I didn't have a fire station here. Where were you when that happened? You didn't even move. You're not undergoing repairs. None of the fire trucks were moving, I guess. Weird. Interesting. And slightly concerning, but we are planning on building up another fire station, I guess. Especially with the heating plant in this area. That will be a necessity. I'm not sure why no one moved. That should have been an easy thing to like put out. It was in range for both. They don't have that much range, do they? Oh, okay. Warehouse is done. That one we already unassigned. Cargo train station next, followed by repair station. And depot still needs to be assigned. Need to get rid of this road. Stop using that one. Demolition is done. Underground heating pipe is probably going to take a while to build. Okay, that would be the heat exchanger. It's gonna need a bunch of steel to have that pipe be built. But this is going to replace the current heating plant. Can do 300 cubic meters of heating water, which should match up what the small heating plant can do and then some. And the other thing is going to be that we will actually have like a percentage output on the capacity of this building, which is going to be really nice. We don't have that with the heating plant, unfortunately. I want to start with rail construction before I consider modernizing towards like trucks and things, I think. I really want to see how far we can push this with trains and carriages, I guess. But I'm not excluding modernization towards trucks. the beginning, we'll just transport stuff here by truck into the aggregate storage. Later on, it can be dumped in by train with the aggregate unloading station. Should hopefully not get in the way of anything. The groundworks of the heating pipe is going to take a while, like I said. But hopefully not too long as well. A little bit of a bump here, I guess. Alright. I am a bit tired. But yeah, this is basically laying the foundation for increasing the size of our population. Especially the heating plant replacement will probably mean that we can have a lot more population in here without straining them too much, with like a heating plant running already at over 70%. Should be good. That's a lot of construction work. We are out of money for a while. It's already turned red. But yeah, we're building a lot, so... I kinda need to restart the loyalty situation, but not with a lack of money while we're building things up right now. I mean, we do have loan capacity, 2.5 million now, wow. Not making much money these days. Mainly due to the increase of imports, I guess. Construction materials and all. But that's fine. We got some time. I think once we get to 1919, if we can get the waste incinerator at Ustron going with a rail line, it's probably going to output a decent amount of money. And then the incineration next to Best Lady might kind of depend on us reducing the pollution here. I mean, the incinerator is probably going to move away, just leaving the heating plant. This is like the incinerator for the settlements, where we can also dump hazardous waste in from the clinics, where there's metal inside. That's why it's kind of useful. You know what? That's probably all just incineratable with metal scrap. I don't think there's anything else here. I think this can go directly into the incinerator. What a slow process. I don't think any of the fire trucks got destroyed. I really think they weren't moving. But I don't know why. Yeah, we'll make some changes. Very, very gently. Happiness is going down. Orphanages are not accepting as many children anymore, so people are getting a little bit upset. Hospital visits are also a concern. Are we running out of doctors? No. They're just arriving here in very weird waves, I guess. I mean, this has plenty of doctors, but apparently no one wants to work here and they're letting people die instead. Wait. No, I didn't remove your footpaths. You know, you can work here. Would be nice. Or not, I guess. Oh, someone's dead. Oh, well, they saved them just in time. Sheesh. That was unnecessarily dramatic. My god. So we don't have enough highly educated over there. Gotcha. 116. It went down overall because our population went down overall. But highly educated had a downwards trend and is recovering, and now it's going down again. People with basic education are shooting up, so birth rate is high still. Minimum loyalty requirement could be raised. There's some people in here with decently high loyalty, I guess. But I also wouldn't mind them just moving into buildings with basic education, I guess. Can we manage 50% with a single orphanage? I don't think so, but I guess we can try. I'm still gonna complain about too few tutors for too many children. But if they're already bringing up the loyalty of the regular citizens up to 50% still with the school, and that's still working, the most loyal teachers are in here. Nope, that is not enough tutors. That is going to cause a criminality spiral. And I don't think it's going to resolve itself. Alright. Just make sure the criminality stays low, please. One more workday on the cargo train station. Still need a second or a larger fire station here. Single fire horse carriage is not going to be enough to protect everything. Although, well, I say that, no, it should be fine, because it'll immediately get repaired as soon as it's like broken. Doesn't have to wait for a horse carriage to drive towards it, and the repair should be fairly quick. So actually, this should be fine with a single fire station with a single horse carriage. Okay, construction of the groundworks for the cargo train station are done. We're gonna unassign it from the bus stop. Still need the aggregate unloading station, the repair station, and that's it. But other buildings also include the train depot and the rail construction office, but we don't have all the materials there yet. But I guess we can assign them now. Actually, I'll probably wait until everything else is done. Oh no, let's just assign them. that way. Yep, they're dumping all of that into the incinerator fairly quickly. And they're polluting... Are they polluting? No. You need to dump this not into the incinerator, but here, please. Otherwise you're going to pollute whatever this vehicle is going to pull out, and then it's going to mess up my storage. I should make it safe. "52 small children, what the absolute..." 4, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 16, 21. Really? Is the kindergarten not enough or what? Age 25, trying to get a full education, living with their parents right now. Once the education is done, they can move into a building designated for university educated people, like this one, with lower loyalty. "62% loyalty. I really need to get you through the education system." But right now we're building up our general pool of highly educated workers, which we're barely able to keep up with. And the loyalty situation isn't great either, because secret police isn't really working much anymore. Although right now it's keeping up with things. Someone's getting unloaded here. Train depot and rail construction office, yeah. Build those up too. Slowly. I think we're going to build them up like in 1918. Some point through that. And then 1919 we can start with the rail construction. Hopefully enough materials delivered to the rail construction office. I've not planned it with a situation in mind where I bring the materials by train to the rail construction office. It's just gonna get it by the customs house with like 2-3 vehicles, and the LTC is not going to use up the materials too quickly, hopefully. At least that's the current plan. Surface water intake, we can build the groundworks and the building itself once everything else gets built up. There's a lot of vehicles. Well, the traffic jam at the border has the situation now that we are not getting enough coal for our heating plant. Because we're doing too many construction tasks at once. That is a concern. Another point in favor of actually getting the coal by train for the heating plant. For sure. %30 happiness. 39%, yep, it's a pretty brutal environment here. But hey, it's fine. Someone needs to run the clothing factory, right? I really wonder what's the lowest amount of happiness you could actually run a nation at, like the lowest amount of average happiness. Because I think the idea of like a very high loyalty city with like a lot of super disloyal settlements sounds kind of appealing. But I really would have to organize the city a little bit differently. I think I really would have to focus it on limiting based on education rather than loyalty in the beginning. Otherwise all the disloyal people move back in. Can't really do that right now though, otherwise everything's gonna collapse because of our throughput with the education being relatively low. Okay, so the people complaining who weren't able to go to a hospital were probably in this lady. Because the hospital itself was not running and still isn't running very efficiently because of the lack of doctors. And then there's the disloyal doctors in Pruskov who refuse to treat anyone unless there's at least 2 people watching each other, making sure that they're doing their work. Or we get some more loyal people from this lady arriving in the area. $540 days of groundworks for the heating pipe will take some effort. I think I'm gonna start taking out larger loans because of all the construction work and me probably forgetting that we actually need the money right now. This is looking a little bit terrifying. Yeah, we got like 3 horse carriages here trying to move the coal into the heating plant, but there's not enough coal, so we're gonna assign you to bring it from Best Lady Customs to the local coal storage. And 2 horse carriages are still hopefully going to be enough. With 1 extra carriage going to the border. I think I hear a fire. Yep. The heat exchanger, heating pipe and heating plant we will build up as soon as possible because they're supposed to start taking over next year. If possible. Hello Frontum. Welcome. But I do need a fire station here, otherwise we're gonna have a repeat of the horse feeder. I think. Yep, that university is low priority for now. Heating plant has, I guess, the higher priority. I really want to get back to trying the loyalty situation, getting the loyalty situation under control. But not until we have the heating set up. I've said that before, just wanted to repeat that. It's not a foregone conclusion that we can stabilize the loyalty. But we need an excess amount of highly educated workers to do so, and currently we've dropped by another 10 down to 17%. Also, we have the technical university running. We'll go towards functionalism. Brutalism's gonna have to wait ages though, because of like it being a quite late technology. So maybe we need a settlement that just handles a large prison, so we can deal with the loyalty of our population in that direction too. Yep, pollution is not doing you any good, I guess. No, it's the lack of healthcare. We're dropping below 1,000 people. These all on low priority. Even the rail construction office. If they're assigned to other construction tasks, they should do those first. Namely, heating plant. Okay, that looks better. This one, not so much. Do we need that third wagon back? Hopefully not. Should just be a thing through winter. 2 horse carriages should be able to keep that heating plant filled. Thankfully we won't need that for the new one. It's running definitely over 70%. Get ourselves a small fire station in proximity of the heating plant. And things should hopefully be kept safe that way. If we can place one here, that is. I'm gonna have to resort to click flattening the terrain, I guess. Tomorrow, in the afternoon, I'm gonna do a race, I think. Noon? I don't know yet. Probably grocery shopping and then a slightly later stream. Vehicles really get delayed now. They don't even bring construction workers here in time anymore. It's painful. Hello, Burns. Good evening, comrade. Welcome. You see, we are resourcing and workering. Indeed, we are. Trying to make some progress in our 1900 start. Things are not going so well. But we're gaining a lot of knowledge, and that has to count for something. Knowledge do be good. I might shut off that orphanage, I swear. We need the workers elsewhere right now. I'm gonna slowly start reducing the amount here, so we can bring down the amount of orphans we're taking care of. As long as we can still keep the criminality low. Slowly bring everyone else to like other facilities. It'll reduce our birth rate, but we'll try and get it restarted soon. I think once the heating plant is up, then we're gonna try and work again on the loyalty situation. Hopefully by that point we have constructed it as much as possible, delivered resources to all the buildings, and then our money situation will look better again. But for now, we're gonna import a bunch of steel and other building materials. The construction of the road towards the fire station plus the fire station itself take priority. I would like to have those things built up before we actually start completing any of the other buildings to reduce the chance of anything burning down. But yeah, I would like to finish this year. But would like to and will accomplish are two different things, I guess. The heating plant plus the heating pipe, the heat exchanger itself require quite a bit of work. Oh, Mr. Bright, belated Happy New Year. Sorry, it's a bit off topic. Can you recommend a Siberia map? Actual early start run is going to 2040. I feel like a new start, pain, suffering, and snow blindness. Hello, Angry Ship. Happy New Year to you too. I've only played the default Siberia map, which is very difficult. I don't know of any other Siberia maps on the workshop, so I don't know. And I mean like the pre-made Siberia map, not the randomly generated ones. 88 highly educated workers. We're dropping like a rock. Alright. We have to get migrants, I guess. Do we? I mean, we only dropped by 20, right? It's just like, just another health crisis, it's fine. It's fine, it's really fine. Why do we have such a bad health crisis? The heating plant has existed before. Is it really the pollution from the... It's really the pollution. Thank you, it's the only one I've played so far as well, yeah. If you find a good map, any good map, you could theoretically turn it into Siberia, although I'm not sure how the vegetation would behave. If you save it and then replace, like, in the save game, the files that define it to be like the biome. I don't remember right now what the file is, but you can theoretically change the biome of a save game. If you want to have a different one. Okay, population looking quite terrible. Really bad. I think we're going to turn off the secret police for now. That means a lot more visitors at the party HQ, but that's fine. We need highly educated workers right now, and we're limiting the throughput based on current education levels, so they're just gonna figure it out. Also, no more real minimum loyalty for employees, I guess. It's fine. Antarctica with minus 60? It's a lot of info. I'll take a look at the workshop, yeah. Should be something interesting on that. Hopefully. I'm so tempted to just turn off the orphanage. Maybe I do need that prison. What's the matter, Mega Monkey? We're having a education crisis again. I'm down to 15% highly educated. Let's do a Frostpunk run on workers and resources. There's orphans too. It's kind of like that right now. We lost like over 150 people because of the pollution in the area. Hazardous waste is piling up together with the mixed waste. Let's run the incinerator faster so we get the waste out of here. Which is gonna make even more pollution, but I don't know. What for a second orphanage? We have a second orphanage already. Not running it right now. I mean, we could go for a higher birth rate, that is true. Sure. I don't know if we have the capacity to run both though. Fill up the worker pool in the area. We want to run 2 orphanages now. Not caring about the loyalty at the moment. Just bring up the birth rate, I guess. Have to build every settlement center around a large heating plant. Now that probably won't go well. Move some kids over too. Sure, now they're without care. With regards of Mega Monkey, there you go. Not my fault, chat wanted it. They're gonna have a terrible upbringing, but that's what Mega Monkey wanted, so there you go. Mega Monkey sends his regards. Can we get the amount of higher educated citizens stabilized this year? Take away children? No, you can just move them from an orphanage to another orphanage. You can't move them from the kindergarten to the orphanage unless you increase the amount of heating in your town really, really badly. But that's an indirect way. This is what Mega Monkey wanted, just 12 children without any tutors, just no childcare whatsoever. Some disgruntled person taking care of a single child. It's really bad. Mega Monkey wants this town to fail with high criminality. It looked like we relocated them from a residential building. Well, I would if I could, but yeah, not possible. Well, not directly, like I said. Alright, focus on higher educated citizens, I guess. Just a single janitor yelling at the kids not to step on the lawn. Kind of, yeah. They're gonna be so disgruntled when they get released into the Republic. Well, I hope we can finish the heating plant, like, pollution is pretty bad. Did they change the pollution of the heating plant? I don't think there was an update, but that seemed quite drastic this year. I don't know, it's still a ton per worker. Should be fine. There's some construction waste in here now. God dang it. My waste is gonna get polluted. I hate it. Well, we're gonna have to run that through the system, I guess. Apparently we had some construction waste in here from the demolition offices, I guess. I thought there was no construction waste. I guess I was wrong. I mean, I guess there was gravel in the groundworks for the wooden horse feeder, so it kind of makes sense. Still don't like it. Yeah, I hope we can fix this year. Pollution is pretty bad. I'm gonna keep running the incinerator at, I guess, 5 workers. Nah, that's overkill. Let's do 3 workers. Why did it all go wrong? Pruskov, I think. Pruskov is where it all went wrong. This lady was doing very well, and I was like, oh yeah, let's make this lady even more loyal by excluding all the disloyal people into their own settlement. Forgetting that they would then migrate back to this lady when we don't know about their loyalty. And the secret police stopped working efficiently. That too. It's all so bad. Three years until rail construction. At least the setup is somewhat self-cleaning. At some point this will like be completely empty, as will this one, and then the construction waste is just gone. I don't have to worry about it. Which doesn't really work with distribution offices, I guess. It's gonna take some time, but after that we can turn it back to just moving metal scrap without any ash. Once the construction waste is gone. We need the adoption agency, I think. See if that could help us regulate the throughput on orphans. My god, health went down to 83%. Ugh. Slow the throughput of the heating plant down to 3 workers. And the coal almost ran completely out. Not a good look. Not good at all. Okay, fire station has high priority. Happiness is just in a free fall, kind of. Below 900 citizens now. We still got 21-year-olds without their own flat. Are they highly educated? They can't be highly educated, right? They should then move in. Wait, do we have really disloyal, highly educated people? Or are they people with no education? I think they're people with no education. Probably children in Pruskov who are not getting a school education. Or who didn't get a school education and are now hanging around in the pool of 21-year-olds without their own flat. Okay, we need a really well-running university. I'm gonna switch everyone in the city up to highly educated wherever possible. And then we're gonna try and restart the loyalty situation. When everyone is switched over to highly educated, I don't have to worry about lower education citizens in Pruskov moving into Miss Lady, and the secret police doesn't have to be too efficient, and the one inside Miss Lady could even be turned off at that point, I think. We'll have to wait and see. It's already March and we're like very slowly and gently building stuff up here. Also still doing building maintenance, which should have higher priority if it's a residential building, like a flat. Wait, what was that? Oh, it's just showing the construction. I was wondering, why is there no one living in here? No, that's just a construction task. It doesn't actually show anyone living there in the construction task. But yeah, once the fire station is up, we can start building everything else up, I guess. The horse feeder will also be built up again, but a lower priority for now. Traffic jam at the border has been resolved a bit. I think I just let any loyalty move in right now. We need population, I guess. 25 to 50, come in, move in, just help run everything. Get into the orphanage, run these, like, sure. We'll worry about loyalty again soon. It's a bit of a mess right now. Maybe we'll just like try and run the loyalty situation here right away. Bring like an orphanage up in this area and get them educated in this area instead, with a private school, private university. The things we've been doing before, which worked reasonably well. But only once we get Soviet functionalism, so we can build a large orphanage in here to take care of everything. And then also a private school. Let's see if we can make that work. These fire stations do not have the range of these ones. It's ridiculous. Not bringing workers here currently, but I should, because there's stuff that could burn down now. I don't think we have any spare horse carriage to do that right now. Oh no, we do. Some large ones even. Not from the border. So you unload them here. Wrong order. Unload. Transfer. Go here, load. And then go back. So they're going to bring workers over to the area. which will get dropped off here. Walk to any building in the area that requires workers. If they can't, they walk over to the other bus platform, and from here they slowly get fed back to the settlement if this area has too many people in here, I guess. So this shouldn't get overwhelmed with workers. But it should hopefully mean that we can run the fire station at least. Oh my god. I think that horse feeder has to move. It's right on a junction. It has the right of way though. It's just a lot of traffic through the area, I guess. Groundworks of the new fire station next to the future heating plant is almost complete, and then some bricks, boards and steel will complete the building. And I think we'll have to up the amount of money we have to loan to bring everything under control. Pollution is pulling back a little bit. Population growth has not kicked in just yet. But more people are now allowed inside this lady. Will hopefully lead towards the party HQ running more efficiently, getting a lot of university students through. And then we can fill up the settlement with just highly educated workers, is the idea. I want university educated people in every building. So we're gonna segregate our settlements based on areas where we want high loyalty with higher education and low loyalty with low education. And then within the settlement here we can make some exceptions for like a couple buildings that are like auxiliary. Because the staff doesn't have to be higher educated, so some houses could be theoretically any education. But those will also get a university education because they'll technically be able to walk into the university until we drive up the minimum loyalty for the students again. Gotta be a bit careful. But right now, get as many people educated as possible. And hopefully don't have to get any migrants for it. No worrying about the loyalty right now. It's gonna drop pretty low, I guess. We'll have to recover that later. The stability of the nation is in question, being questioned. But we'll notice that low loyalty soon enough. 46% happiness. Very good. I wonder if we're not accepting more orphans because this orphanage is overwhelmed. This one seems fairly stable and not getting overloaded. Or our birth rate is just really, really terrible now and no one wants to have children. Which is a more likely scenario. Alright, fill all the houses up. Once every building is full and we don't accept people with regular education anymore, they can study for a very, very long time. If they have the required loyalty at that point. Because they won't be able to move into any other building. And we'll have our designated buildings for people with regular education but high loyalty. But people with just a regular education and low loyalty, doesn't matter. You can move out of the nation, it's fine. Can we get this started again? Like, can we try this again? Do we have enough people with high enough loyalty? Well, no, we don't, because we might, but we currently don't have a secret police, so it doesn't really matter. I have to wait until we're like up to 20-25% higher education before I try that again. April. And before we can start the heating plant, it also needs coal. So the coal storage will have to be built quickly as well. Once the fire station is up. So we can start like filling it with coal preemptively. It looks like we need more horse carriages here. It filled up a little bit, but is it gonna be? Is it gonna fill itself up before like September, October? Before the end of autumn? I don't know how uneven orphanage staffing behaves. Because this one is going to be a lot more likely to run out of tutors, I guess. How many horses are in the Republic? I don't know. We got five and a half pages of carriages, and they all, I think, have 2 horses. So if it's, how many was it? Like 40 vehicles per page? Times 5, 200, plus another half page. So 440 horses. About half of our population count. Excellent, yeah, just as nature intended. I know where this is going. They're not powerful enough to take over yet. Hopefully not, no. The incinerator isn't keeping up. The hazardous waste imports are too powerful. I am not a fan of this customs house. I really should move over to trucks, but I really don't want to. Fuel prices are looking not pleasant. But it's like everything is not really looking that pleasant. Forces could unionize. It'll all be over. Yeah. Okay, one more worker at the aggregate loading station. Yeah, I think here he comes. Or she. So just the vehicle repair station, rail construction, and train depot now. Vehicle repair station is almost done with the groundworks too. Depot and rail construction are going to take it a little bit longer. Larger buildings. If the workers can't make it here in time before they run out of time, then we have a pretty big issue with the traffic jam. And that's, I guess, why the waste is piling up inside the incinerator, because of just too many vehicles going to the customs house because of too much construction at the same time. At least we're almost done with the groundworks for the heating pipe and heat exchanger. I need a crane here. Now the repair vehicles are also starting up. And we're out of power. I gotta say, guys, I wouldn't mind a restart. I would definitely do the loyalty thing again, but I would try an external orphanage at that point. Basically, the first settlement would run its own university and school, and then excess workers would go to an additional school and university, but also an orphanage. With a working map, it would be nice, yeah. Restart. Well, not yet. I still want to see how we, like, what we can do, but I don't know. Cannibalism is back on the many boys. Yeah. Vote yes. No, not yet. There's no reason to restart yet other than... Plus we would have to start at 1900 again. And that would put us away, like 19 years away from trains again, so... The trains might save this. We will at least have to wait until trains have arrived and then see if we can fix ourselves financially. Because with money you can solve everything. because you're building everything from nothing with money. So it's just that like starting up early start with a large heating plant is kind of painful. And I am still trying to get up a settlement in the first year, if possible. It's going to be a really small one, but at least we will have our own people. Could be fun rule, not allowed to give up until trains run. Well, I mean, that is kind of like the go-to, I think. That's like the bare minimum that I want to reach. We definitely have like over 2 million rubles in loan that we can still take out, 2.5 even. It'll prolong the suffering, but at some point, like with the North Korea run, it was, you could see at the end, at the horizon, when the debt spiral couldn't be recovered anymore. Oh, Jesus Christ. And next time we're gonna like set up the customs house a lot better. Too much Euro Truck Simulator with their stupid roundabouts. It's a slow death now. It's no death yet. Not quite. We definitely ran full on fabric again because lack of workers making its way to the clothing factory, I guess. Which is fine. Every time we do construction, the clothing factory can accumulate some more fabric. But yeah, as long as we don't get workers here, nothing gets incinerated, I guess. You will actually arrive. Good. Should prioritize the fire station and the heating plant. Fire station and incinerator. Nothing else right now. No workers walking onto construction sites, I don't think. We'll probably never make profit. You're now using trucks, which means you have to pay for oil. On that oil price increase, you're out with your low income. I was actually making money until they decided to run 3 construction areas at the same time. We were making a slow profit, and now I'm spending a lot more on importing resources. But once all those construction tasks have actually received their resources, it should be fine again. But then we've taken out a lot more loans at that point, I guess. But yeah, the profit was coming in, and then I got a little bit overexcited with like building tasks. I do wonder if you should build like really small settlements, like 200 people would be like a large settlement, but I don't know. The question is still like, how do we make a profit? Because you can probably build it and then build like several smaller settlements reaching into the map, but how do you extract wealth from that? I guess you would need like either oil or bauxite or something that is like reasonably valuable to extract. Or hazardous waste incineration further inside the map. With this setting, no one's gonna make it to the other settlement anymore, so we'll restrict our firefighters up to 10 here. And then yeah, we can start the construction of the aggregate storage, finish it I mean. Heating plant, the tower. To actually transfer the coal over. Not sure where the road cranes went. Pumping station. No residential building right now, that's fine. Quick check on the building list, wear and tear across the map. Nothing is over 50%, that's fine. We got time. Although that flat will undergo maintenance soon. There's barely anyone living in here. You'll still set up to like have really loyal people in here. That's gonna have to change for now. No, that's for the school. That's like the very, very loyal teachers, I guess, that we used to have. It's gonna fill up with like highly educated people with any loyalty at that point. Heating plant, tower, conveyors, the storage itself, heating pipe, and the heat exchanger just needs materials. Those are the things I would like to finish this year. The new heating setup. Okay, most construction tasks are done. Foreign workers are running around, keeping enough workers on the train depot and the rail construction office. But yeah, once we have like a big pool of foreign workers here, we could consider upgrading this last short section of road leading to the customs house, which will be done quickly. I just would like to have a buffer of workers in the area, making sure that the fire station stays staffed during that time. I think we'll do that now. Alright, go pick up. Well, we will have to bring workers here from the other side, I guess. High priority. Yep, you'll have to wait. As do you, and you, and you. And you, I guess. Horse feed. Are we running into the issue now? You know what? Can you unload the gravel here? Is the question. Because if you can't, then I'll have to tear down the road and put a dirt road there again and move the vehicles out of the way first. But if you can unload, then we'll be fine. Alright. Just wait for the workers, I guess. Maintenance officers can maybe send some workers down there if they have a spare vehicle, but they're also doing maintenance inside the settlement. But yeah, that road kind of needs to finish before we run out of foreign workers in the area. Why did I do that? I don't know. I don't like having a little piece of dirt roads attached to the customs house, I guess. Doesn't really make any difference though. Not with horse carriages, I don't think. Fire station needs more workers. Traffic jam needs to kind of get resolved. Would like more workers at the bus platform. There's not even enough workers here anymore. Sheesh. I think an orphanage with not enough workers might actually be the way to limit the throughput on orphans. Because this hasn't been filling up much, but maybe that's just because we're below 1,000 citizens again. That is mainly the reason, I think. I kind of need a lot of workers here, I guess. Bring workers in from the border. Finish the construction tasks wherever possible. Don't wait on our own citizens because we don't have any right now. 78% highly educated, we're still shrinking. Oh boy. Although a bunch of them are going to finish their education very soon. And a lot of workers are actually working in the university right now, so yeah. The situation with the higher educated citizens is going to be resolved with this. The general population decline of our settlement, not yet. That's what the heating plant situation is for. But it's getting a little bit late to complete it this year. Maybe it'll work. I'll have to get some more dumper carriages involved. Probably shift the ones from this area over to the new one, filling this up. They've not built the road yet either. So the conveyor engine transfer is not done. Or not even getting started yet. Okay, we've run through the incineration. Because there's a traffic jam at the customs house again, so hazardous waste is slower to import. Like the road crane here. I don't know where they are. I'm not sending anything this way. We have run out of phone workers. If I were to demolish this now, would it create a demolition site? I don't think it would. I don't know if I can even demolish it because of vehicles currently stuck in the customs house. This has like the highest priority right now, but how do I communicate that? I'm gonna grab some foreign workers from this area and transport it down to the other one. In hope that it'll keep stuff from burning down in here. For now. Send a horse crane to the coal storage so that we may start filling it up. Heating plant needs to get built quickly. That's going to take the longest. Or we also may not neglect everything else. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about something burning down here, I guess. I really thought they would someone would deploy like a horse carriage full of workers to the area, but it has not happened. Heating pipe not as urgent. Yes, it also has a bunch of groundwork left, but after that is done, the rest will be built up quickly. For the heating plant itself, not so much. 1,500 work days left, even 1,700. After the groundworks are done, is done. Yep, no real workers at the bus platform. At least not in time for getting picked up with the carriages. Set up token currency and pay workers in fake money? I don't know. That might have repercussions towards our 5-year plan. Oh, sorry, 50-year plan. Everything's a little bit slower here. Alright, start filling coal in. We don't really have a reliably running fire station here yet, but I still think we should start filling up coal to the storage in preparation for when the heating plant has to kick in. Even our issues have issues, yeah, everything's looking pretty bad. Okay, there's some workers, which didn't arrive in time. Excellent. The traffic jam. They did not make it. Unbelievable. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try and get this removed, but I don't think it's gonna work because there's a vehicle on it. Oh, it did work. Alright. Abort. And you're now broken, I guess. Yep. I broke the vehicle. That one, I guess we can't do anything anymore with. Because I removed the road underneath its feet. I guess I'm gonna sell it then. That one's kind of busted. Oh, is this both of them? Sheesh. That's not good. Alright, I guess I'll sell both of them then. Looks like we're gonna do this like after the heating plant is set up, not right now. Too risky. Oh wait, you're moving again. I think, yeah, you're fine again. Come on, build that single piece of road. I'm not sure if they're gonna finish this in time. I thought it would be a shoo-in, but the heating plant is quite far behind. First delivery of coal has arrived, at the very least. Do we have people without education right now? Any loyalty? I don't think we have someone with higher education. I think that it's like someone with no education. Well, someone really, like, With a weird basic education loyalty. Oil price increase, sure. I don't even want to look at it. I know that my oil prices are always quite high. No, looks like that waste has been cleared up. Just gotta slowly filter out the construction waste and metal scrap from these ones again. Yeah, construction with foreign workers, I guess. Means that our workers can focus on important things like the fire station, which is very important. Build up the heat exchanger. It's gonna be a quick task. Motor barge for aggregates. So ships are now possible. The conveyors themselves are not too difficult, just needs foreign workers. No road crane, but yeah, 3 to 4 horse carriages full of workers will finish those. Even though the road here is a little bit delayed, the construction of the conveyor engine is also not that problematic. But it's still the time issue. We got 2 months. Then it's October, and then the temperature is gonna start dropping. Heating pipe groundworks at 200 work days also nearing completion pretty much. And this heat exchanger, I guess I just overloaded with a ton of workers so they can finish that up, and it's not gonna be the last thing that I forget about. Finish the construction of that, and then we'll just let you go wherever you want again. But yeah, everything is now reasonably expensive. What's the price of steel? We're nearing 500 rubles per ton of steel. Inflation is kicking in, but even on US side the steel price is going up. Iron price is massively increasing. Which kind of means that we might have to import more hazardous waste to smelt it down for our metal scrap. Maybe I need the scrap metal smelter earlier. I really think I need a new area for that though. This one was not made for doing large volumes of metal, of scrap metal. That's not what this one was supposed to do. US Steel was biggest company in the world around this time, 1910 to 1920. There is no US Steel here. This is Eastern European steel. Made from the finest metal crumbs we can find. Happiness at 46%, dropping more and more. Birth rate not looking so good. Superior socialist steel, yeah, for sure. %16% higher educated, 94. Once we get to like 20-25%, we're gonna try and enable the secret police again and get slowly moving towards more of a loyalty-oriented setup. But that is quite far away. Like, I know we could get up to 20-25% in a not so bad amount of time, but it's not the priority right now. But it's like the minimum level I want to achieve, I guess. "55 work days. 5 horse carriages, maybe 6, and then we'll have the groundworks done. I'll have to start bringing building materials to the site as quickly as possible. We're at 38%. It's slightly over a third. Meaning that if we double that, would be 76%. Would be over 200 cubic meters of heating capacity, which is what our heating plant can do. So this is already quite close to the heating capacity of the area. I hope we can get this finished. Because then we're not going to suffer pollution again. But the low happiness might still lead us to not get a sustainable population growth right now. I mean, we've seen worse before, but also we had migrants at that point to fix it. I think it's this orphanage probably, making everyone really, really miserable. 0% happiness for anyone here. I'm going to close this orphanage down again and bring them back to this one. Still some construction waste left. Come on, more horse carriages. Finish this construction. Oh my god, you're arriving here with like 15 minutes to go. And it's a sharp corner. 5 minutes. And you didn't make it. Great. You did, however. Maybe our maintenance offices also need to use phone workers right now. Also helping with the heating pipeline, because they've been assigned to it. Three more work days. You're arriving with a bunch of workers. Well, guess what? They're all going into the heating plant right now to help with that. Surprise. That extra orphanage has increased our criminality. Mega Monkey, why did you do that to us? Double-digit criminality, Jesus Christ. Gonna have to run through so many people again to get that fixed. I think at 20% we're gonna restart the secret police and try and get everything into more controlled directions, but the secret police eats a lot of higher educated citizens. But you're back over 101 without having to get any migrants, so there's that. Now we just need to stabilize the population in general. Hopefully the increase in higher educated citizens will help with the healthcare. Bunch of maintenance tasks waiting to be completed. That needs to be high priority. The maintenance offices themselves need maintenance. Clinic should be high priority. Alright. Heating plant needs materials. Until then, once all the materials are here, we can leave this at low priority right now. Or like medium, I guess. Heating pipe is also almost done. With the groundworks, and the construction of the pipe itself is not the main issue. But yeah guys, I don't think we're gonna finish this in a month. The material deliveries to the heating plant are gonna be quite slow. Are we gonna get a population spike? Should I turn off the incinerator to reduce pollution? I mean, at least happiness is gonna be good-ish for people that are in the orphanage. I don't know if that helps bring up the loyalty though. I don't think so. Finally, a single horse carriage making its way to the unfinished road so that we may also build the conveyor engine. And then the last delivery for the heating pipeline. think I can now see 40 is available. Larger capacity bus. Petrol based. I thought. Why is it not showing up? Did they make that a Western vehicle? It is a Western vehicle, Germany. Okay. 30 passengers. I remember it being available from the east though. Single worker. That is not going to prevent the building from burning down there. Thankfully it's only the heating plant that could burn down, but it would still be really annoying. Almost done on the road. Okay. I guess we're gonna have to run through one more winter with the existing heating plant. We're gonna give the buses the right of way now, because they are important to the functioning of our republic. Not enough workers. This building's empty, pretty much. And there has been no population growth spurt happening at all. Yeah, if we have another like health crisis from the heating, then we're gonna drop a bunch more population. At which point I guess we will have to get new migrants to get this restarted. No, it should remain high priority because of all the material deliveries that are needed. Otherwise they're going to focus on different buildings. Howdy, did you see that Carmageddon series is gonna drop a new one in February called Carmageddon Rogue Shift? I saw it. I wasn't really excited after Max Damage, I guess. Was it Max Damage or was it Reincarnation? One of them I didn't like, and the other one I then didn't really play. So maybe I like the Carmageddon series, but my enthusiasm has been diminished. It looks very Unreal Engine-y, I guess, if that is a descriptive term. We'll see. Not discounting it, just not excited, I guess, currently. Thought so. So gameplay looks really nice. I haven't seen that. Just from the screenshot, it looks... I don't know. It looks very graphically focused. I'm not seeing a lot of like pedestrians, let's put it that way. Because Carmageddon 2 is, I think, my favorite of the bunch. Same. It's a throwback. Played the heck out of 2 back in the time. Not sure if I would enjoy car-related mass murder as much now. Oh no, that I can do that again. Just someone make a BeamNG mod to put Carmageddon into BeamNG, I guess. Then I could do that in VR too. Where are all the road cranes? Proscove heating plant. That is correct, I guess. New iteration is roguelike, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what does that even mean? Roguelike just means, could just mean you have some progression system, as in you might unlock stuff that keeps you going for the future. In the past, that meant like you unlock new vehicles. Maybe now you're unlocking equipment. I don't know. I have no information about the game, and I knew about it, but I did not look anything up. So and roguelike is like they wrote it roguelite, as in what's another game that's roguelike? Like I guess what was it called? Slay the Spire is roguelite. You unlock new cards for future progress. So technically what you could do in that Carmageddon game is you unlock new opponents as you get better, for example. It's like Slay the Spire, you just pick a route with different mission. Oh, okay, so it's the campaign map. Sure. Where's the road crane? It was heading this way, I'm pretty sure. Heating pipe almost done. Conveyor engine needs more concrete, as does the heating plant. I really like the roguelite elements from Master of Command. It's very, very nice. Just waiting for Silksong DLC. Will you play Silksong one day? No, I've not played the predecessor or have had any interest in Hollow Knight. Not played the first one either. It's like a Metroidvania kind of game. I don't remember the last time I played one of those and enjoyed it. It gives me a little bit of like Prince of Persia vibes, but that is not really Metroidvania, I don't think, although maybe it's like at the beginning. Pre-Metroidvania. That's unfortunate that we're not finishing the heating plant in time, but what can you do? hope this is enough coal to run the heating plant here through one winter. A traffic jam. I saw today they released Craftlings, which is a game where we checked out the demo. It was Lemmings met with like a base building game. Had a lot of fun with that demo. So maybe gonna get that one, but then there's also the like detective kind of sale going on, and Pathologic 3 release, which is a very story-heavy game. I watched something Barbaric play that and get angry at it, so I'm probably gonna buy that and play it too. Because the second one was very survival game heavy, to its detriment, I think. And I was like eyeballing the idea of actually starting my summer car run, because I saw something Barbaric's destroyed engine and I was like, I want that too. I want pain and suffering. I want to destroy my engine and then have to walk like 5 kilometers back home in the game. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, material deliveries are probably not gonna get done in time, but what can you do? Population graph is looking really abysmal. If we have like a really bad death spiral, or like just a massive drop in population, it might make it even easier to recover with like loyal citizens, I guess. If I just let some houses depopulate a bit more. I mean, we could in theory just don't let people move into Pruskov right now, because we have like a lack of population capacity. Just, yeah, they're also like slowly thinning out in these houses because there's enough room for people to move into Best Lady right now. Could be a concern if they don't run the fire station, I guess. Speaking of detective games, what's your opinion on Shadows of Doubt? I've streamed it a bunch. I really enjoyed my time. I thought it would get more developed. I'm still having a lot of fun every time I'm playing it, but it's a gameplay game, not a story game. You're making your own stories, basically. So I also wish they reworked the difficulty curve, because it starts very difficult and then gets really easy near the end. And I really thought they could like implement a game mode where it's like you get all those benefits and they slowly take it away from you. Like you don't get access to government PCs anymore as time progresses, but yeah, the most difficult time is actually when you start the game and you get dropped into the world and know nothing about it, and I really like that atmosphere. Disco Elysium ruined all detective games for me, it's so good. I tried playing that one until I got stuck. Talked to some supremacist and don't know what, like, tried to fight him, didn't work, and then none of the options did anything anymore, and I couldn't find a way past him. I had the option to accept his ideology to get on his good side, so he would let me pass, which I didn't want to do. And I don't know if I bugged out the game or what happened, but yeah, it didn't quite work. But yeah, it's a really good story game. I'm not sure about the detective part of it, but it's I think it's a game where consequences matter. On that part, I will wholeheartedly agree. But I like Shadows of Doubt for its freeform nature. Once you know what the game is about and how you can like break it, it gets quite easy. And I don't want to like suggest you getting the game and then putting self-imposed restrictions on you, because I do think a game should have proper challenges by itself. But I don't think you're gonna have a bad time for the first 20 plus hours, I would say. But it is also quite janky because of like how dynamic freeform procedural generation it is. Could have re-rolled until you landed the kick. I don't even remember it anymore. I think it's been like 2 years since I played Disco Elysium. It's been 4 years actually. 5 years now. 4.5 years. 2021. Okay, happiness down to 45%. We're still dropping. Let's see how low we can get with the happiness, I guess. I will have to get out of this hole. Be it with loyalty or not. Something will have to be done. Not sure why happiness is so low right now. I guess I could let some passengers wait at the station and see what they're complaining about. But my assumption is that it's this settlement, Pruskov. I think this one is like just decreasing in loyalty more and more. And because Pruskov is very low, and this population, like percentage-wise, is decreasing, then yeah, the average happiness is just dropping. We're still like over 50% in some of those buildings at least. Have we tried Helldivers 2 in this PC? Not yet. But I'm happy that they reduced the file size, I think. I'm not sure if it's rolled out yet, but yeah, I have the slim version, which instead of like 130 gigabytes is now down to 23 gigabytes. I'm a little bit annoyed with Helldivers 2 for them releasing so much paid microtransaction content, which is obviously there to like increase the player count for people who have too much time, as in like me, I guess, but also getting people to pay for them with the very poor quality drop rate of that premium currency stuff that they are doing. So it has like a microtransaction feature in it, which I really, really hate. Nope, population did not increase, so we're gonna run into issues. I guess we're gonna prepare for like filling up these houses with high loyalty people. And we'll then have to run the orphanages. Because winter's gonna be brutal again. Lots of death because of pollution, I would assume. But yeah, now it's too cold. So the heating plant next year, I guess. And maybe we can time it with the restart of our loyalty approach. Helldivers 2 I would still play, but the people I know who were playing it don't want to play it anymore, so... And I don't want to play it publicly. And solo, I think it was fun solo, but I don't think I want to play that solo. Maybe it happens again at some point. Not sure it's gonna be a stream game though. I did try to stream it solo once. This is like a workers and resources stream. I was like, let's switch game, but then I would upload like a workers and resources stream with a different game at the end. That would be kind of weird. Solo public is miserable? Public can be fine. Depends on who you run into, that's the question. I would much rather play Peak again, I guess. But also not on stream, I don't think. First I never got held over Stu because nobody knew had the game, then last year I found out a friend had the game. Ah. And you stopped playing when you got it. Is that what's happened? Immediately bought the game, but by that point he pretty much was burned out. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Maybe our health just dropped that much. Because no one could get treatment at the clinic. Maybe it's fixed now. Maybe the low amount of highly educated workers was the issue all along. Farming simulator? No. Single player maybe? I don't know. I'm already playing Grimshire. How many farming games at the same time should I play? But no, first person workers and resources farming mode. Currently not so interested in that. In general, yes. I do like games where you like handle machinery to do mundane tasks. I'm German after all. You kind of need to sign that birth certificate when you get like born to be allowed into the country. EP7 is playing Farming Simulator. Yep, in multiplayer with Rubberduck, in German with mods, so that's not gonna happen. We played Eco, we played Stationeers, which was all great fun, but I think my play pace is different than Project 7's, especially in Eco. I was like doing like a farming building. I made that looking nice. I was like the trying to be the cook of the settlement, so I got a little bit ahead with like some items to try and like make sure I could make nice food. And then like 2 sessions afterwards, I was like met with like here's a farming machinery, and I was still like planning on doing like manual labor farming, and everyone was just like rushing through the ages. I couldn't keep up. And I didn't want to. Low tech. Low tech waits for no one is a stupid saying, I guess. But yeah, multiplayer I'm like a little bit burned out, I guess. I mean, not in general, but like management in building games and multiplayer. If you like building something up together, it's great. But then if you have like a different expectation of like how long you're like planning on doing something, I was like planning on like playing Stationeers for a while, but the projects got ever more grandiose, and more buildings had to be attached. Thoughts on Hightail? I just saw it on Percussigan's stream. Doesn't look interesting to me. Looks like an action RPG version of Minecraft. Looks prettier than Minecraft, but the first thing I noticed was the wobbly blocks when you hit them, and I don't know, that was an immediate turnoff. They wanted to make the screen busy immediately once you like started doing stuff, so you start mining and every hit on the rock just makes the rock that you're hitting wobble, which is really good feedback for normal play. But yeah, I would play Vintage Story. I saw a video of Vintage Story being played by a geologist who was really thrilled about all the detail in the planet generation that Vintage Story has put into realistic geology. Simrail is quite nice for doing stuff, driving, dispatching, and seamless MP fun. Simrail dispatching I would like to do offline first so I can get the hang of it, but you can only do it multiplayer. And yes, you can put yourself on a station that doesn't really have much traffic and just route through AI traffic, but I don't know. I would still feel the pressure if someone shows up and I have no idea what I'm doing. Didn't you like that polished Minecraft? What polished Minecraft? I like the vintage story, the more survival-focused Minecraft. It wasn't more polished than Minecraft. I think Minecraft is highly polished to a fault. And Hytale seemed to make it more pretty, whereas Vintage Story seemed to make it more survivally, more like. I guess Vintage Story is the workers and resources of Minecraft-like games, and Hytale is, I guess, the city skylines, if you were to compare it. And Minecraft is like SimCity, which was there first. Not SimCity 5 though. That would be an insult. Minecraft is like SimCity 4, I guess. Although I guess SimCity 4 might be a better city builder than City Skylines and workers and resources. Polish isn't from Poland. I don't know about a Polish Minecraft. I don't know where Vintage Story is from, if that's what you mean. Oh my god. The traffic through this area. Jeez. I'm gonna have to rebuild the refueling station here, it's ridiculous. I mean, the technical service is the issue, because they wanted to do a left-hand turn into it. Okay, are we gonna have like dropping life expectancy? Yep, we're already down to 50 years again. But maybe further away from the heating plant, we're gonna do okay with the clinic this time. We will see. Winter hasn't even started yet and we're already struggling. Look, all the frozen horses. Well, at least construction here is progressing nicely. All the steel got delivered. Conveyor engine also almost done. Yeah, like multiplayer sessions in general, I don't know what I would do on stream right now. I've burned out of multiplayer a bit on stream, even though they were quite fun. Like I said, I think it's out of my pace league. Vintage Story devs are from Latvia, but I'm calling it Polish because it got that vibe. Right. I will play Vintage Story once they change the animal AI, or I go back to it with passive animals. I just don't like the fact that I'm getting attacked by wolves. Every time. I mean, okay, there's more things than that, I guess. I also don't like the... I need to get used to the food system, because the food system expects you to make like a lot of good meals from different types to like nourish you better. So you can't sustain yourself on like a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. And once you start cooking food, then I guess it lasts a lot longer, but maybe someone who makes a mod for like primitive survival, which is I think a mod that is already named, can like rebalance the nutrition system a little bit. Especially the way starvation works is very Minecraft-esque and annoying. More annoying than Minecraft, because in Vintage Story you're making like a wind instrument noise every time you're suffering a tick of starvation. But the world generation and the environment and the feel and the game engine seem top-notch, and the improvements they're making is also really cool. Looking for excuses to get back into Factorio? Well, maybe I'll find some. Space Age is there. Factorio was one of the games I was considering streaming with Space Age. I also ran into the issue of running out of steam in multiplayer in that game. One of the planets beat me, basically. And I wasn't really involved much on the other two planets, so I felt a bit defeated, I guess. I really like knowing everything in a game that I'm playing. And when you're like playing something multiplayer and someone develops like the greenhouse, or someone develops like someone takes care of one planet and I'm not involved, then I feel like I'm missing out. Gotta know everything. "43% happiness, let's go. 28% loyalty. Population hasn't dropped yet though. I'm gonna have to restart the secret police, I think. We're gonna do it slowly. Minimum loyalty requirement for the students can be slightly higher, slightly lower. One game I'm probably going to check out soon is Alchemy Factory, because it's been suggested so much by a single person, but still. I looked at it and it looked quite cool, especially after trying out Mine Mogul. And I also want to play a full run of Mine Mogul again once it gets more developed. I felt like in the stream we saw pretty much everything. The different production methods didn't really do much for me, so I'm hoping for like some more use out of the different material rather than just selling. Otherwise you're either dropping the stuff into the selling machine, or you're running it through an extra machine before you drop it into the selling machine. It was mainly about puzzling how to get everything in a place and rebuilding it a bunch. Would like to have something a little bit more metagamey that allows you to use those materials for some sort of benefit. Just take care of red and green chips usually, and it's science packs and that's it. It's much more chill gameplay, and let others worry about the rest. Right, multiplayer. Yeah, green science is all about volume in that game. So much depends on green science and Factorial. We're slowly running out of money again because of the construction materials being delivered to the heating plant. Another thing I want to stream is Assetto Corsa Evo. I really want to like get into racing again, and Race Room has been doing a bunch of things that put me off it, so I want to do like some rallying. And the cars in Assetto Corsa Evo feel really, really good for like old cars. Even though it's not going to be racing, it's going to be rallying, but it's basically a driving survival game at that point. Oh my god, our happiness is dropping so badly. Mega Monkey has put us into a crime death spiral. I knew it. How could you do that, Mega Monkey? Why would you do that to us? Well, we're gonna get the loyalty restarted, I guess, next year. Tear down the heating plant. I think Mega Monkey's capitalist spy saboteur. Praying for less racing streams. I'm barely doing racing streams, and there's gonna be one tomorrow, because there's gonna be an old car race, I think. I don't know for how long, let me check. I hope it's gonna be a longer race, but the track is not so good. Falkenberg. It's gonna be a really, really short, twisty track with a very immobile vehicle. We'll see. Oh, and the time, let's see. How long is the race going to be? There's no screenshot of it yet, so no idea. And the other race series with the NSU TTS that I didn't stream is also over. That petered out pretty quickly. Because I guess they made the car worse. It might just be feeling, but I don't think it is. Yeah, don't let people move in here right now. We can do that again next year after winter is over. Don't kill everyone through the heating plant at the moment. Make sure that the small clinic is staffed with enough workers to keep everyone healthy. Maybe I need to try Lucky Leader's approach of like just dumping a bunch of clinics around the heating plant and then not caring about it. Can I ask why there's a random bridge feeling extra rich? That was supposed to be the train track coming from the customs house going underneath here. So it was a preemptive bridge to allow the train tracks going through here. And then underneath these power lines and then up the hill. So it was one of the paths for the train tracks to go. And I kinda like the look of like a focal point in a settlement, and I thought the bridge could be a nice one, but then this didn't really turn out to be a settlement, and it's probably going to stretch out this way. But I think with the rail yard developing here, it could still be quite nice. Maybe we'll have a distribution office, a rail distribution office in the area, and then we can unload train cars into it, and then the rail distribution office brings them to the border and brings them back empty or something. Or like a dedicated train picks up whatever's in the distribution office and brings them to the border, and then a second distribution office where they're going to be parked empty. Is crime the main reason for the unhappiness now? I think I've never been for such a long time without police in my games. Nope. Electronics, lack of meat, but then also some starvation apparently. It might be that this house isn't really properly staffed. I guess you might be right. I think it's something different. The lack of workers in general is causing problems. Let's make sure they can get food again. Will we ever get a harbor village run? What is a harbor village run? Just a village next to a harbor? Yeah, this might be the driving factor of like people getting really disloyal and unhappy. Just the grocer's not working. I thought it was something else. Execution bridge? No. Heating plant is nearing completion. Conveyor engine is ready. How's the coal situation? Coal situation is looking okay. I think we can switch over to delivering to the other area now with all the other vehicles. I think the heating plant will finish in time. So what's different between the two lines now? Load at the customs house. Unload, there's no difference. Why didn't you merge the line?
Oh no, that's... never mind. That's the small aggregate storage from the village. Is it though? It was this one, right? No. It's not, no. Yeah, we should hopefully get the heating plant in place before we run out of coal. Distribution office can still help. It's like a colonial outpost or harbor where you try to balance all your needs, imports with exports. You want me to play Tropico? Almost done with the heating plant, come on. Health is dropping right now. We need to really make sure that there's always workers going to this area. Which would be something that the labor pickup hall could do, that we've demolished. Do you play Anno? Ask Subadeno about that. Yeah, I play it a lot. Just not when Superdeno's around. I delete the VODs afterwards, so he doesn't know. Okay, I guess we'll send one building to bring its workers to the bus stop. These ones are terrible decisions for that though, because they're the low loyalty version. Every building's already fully busy, basically. You know what? You can bring your extra workers to the bus stop, because you're not doing anything else anyway. After the grocer has been fully filled with workers. Are you excited about the new Shadow Empire DLC though? Because that's gonna be a long game again, Super Deno. I'm hoping you're gonna show up and complain about it the whole time. And we're gonna try and read through the manual, figuring out why something isn't working the way we think we do. It should. I still think we should like give Oceania another try, but that DLC is all about chaos, I think. I don't know. I don't like it that much. It's like chaos outside of your control. And very obtuse chaos. I still am comparing the maritime trade houses to Pokemon. That also feel very unthematic. Hello, Black Moon Dove. Welcome. But yeah, I mean, I have a lot of games that I want to finish and play. I'm really into Master of Command right now, I guess. I want to play that more, if possible. Actually finish a run in that. I would like to start my summer car. I would like to finish Stalker 2. Maybe restart Stalker 2 on a higher difficulty. Grimshire, EU5. I don't know about Star Rupture. That is like, that falls into the same category of Captain of Industry for me, where I want to do a run, but not more than other games. Star Rupture would happen sometime after Captain of Industry, I guess. Mainly because they're like early access and I'm not so thrilled for them. Even though I'm really thrilled for Captain of Industry, I guess. But I have to make some cuts somewhere, I guess. I saw the power go out. Just in time, I think. Let's see if we can get that heating started. At least they're working reasonably long in here, so it should go well. And once we've achieved like 70 degrees inside the heat exchanger in the settlement, then we can turn off the other heating plant. Definitely stop delivering aggregates here for now. How about Total War Warhammer 3 Dinosaur Run? I have interest in Total War Warhammer 40k, but I'm also really annoyed with the developers of the Total War series. It's the reason I moved over to Paradox Games, I guess. Not sure if I want to start moving back. Really weird situations. Oh my god, we're down to 36% happiness. Temperature too low. No workers in the heating plant. 50% workers here? Why is no one in the heating plant? Guys. Looks like we're gonna have a bit of a reset for our settlement. Workers heating plant first, then anywhere else. Make sure the heating gets back to the settlement. It's not too bad yet, I don't think. Now we're over 10 degrees. We're over 5 degrees. We're gonna be over freezing. It's only gonna be a mild nuisance to their happiness. It should be fine. Now that the other heating plant is taking over. It's almost up and running. I'll have to bring all the coal away from here and shut this thing down for the health of the nation. Once the heat here has gone up over 70, I think. Excellent. 50-50. Make sure the heating plant gets the majority of workers right now. But also let them go to other buildings, like the fire station, for example. If the heating plant catches fire, I guess all the other workers would go to the incinerator and the fire station at that point, so I think this should work out pretty well. I don't know what kind of path they're sometimes taking here. Instead of like doing a left-hand turn to get back on the road, they're doing a right-hand turn. Very strange. Yeah. I feel like I have enough games right now. And I already have some that I'm waiting for. So I don't know if I can get much excited for other ones that I currently have not tested yet. I mean, sometimes I'm getting like keys sent by email and then I'm taking a look at them. Mainly every hooded horse game in existence these days. What game am I excited for that's going to come out soon? Let's check by release date, my wish list. Task Force Admiral is coming out in 2 weeks. That was that aircraft carrier game that was pretty cool. Menace, I'm not sure if I'm excited for. I really like the idea. The demo, I had different expectations. Half Sword is a game I want to play on stream. Slay the Spire is going to come out in March, and then I guess that's it for now. There's still a lot of games, but different ones, I guess. Okay, let's stop bringing foreign workers here. Shut off this heating plant. And hope that the heat exchanger can manage. It has to. Oh Jesus Christ, I built the wrong heating pipe. I built a small heating pipe instead of a large one. God dang it. That is not going to manage, then. No wonder this thing is struggling. Unbelievable. Well. Gonna have to change that, I guess. That is a really, really stupid mistake. Okay. Mixed waste, construction waste, metal scrap. That way we get the demolition done faster. And then later on we can slowly bring it to the border. We will have to start working on the heating pipe replacement once it's a little bit warmer. I could have gone better. But currently it should still help like reduce pollution in the area, because this will work at half efficiency. Or like with half the amount of workers. I guess I could bring it down to 2 workers and it should still be plenty. Man. I mean, we can build the other heating pipe first, so we can switch it over better. Build this heating pipe in the meantime. And then we have to figure out a way to place the other heating pipe here, so we can build most of it. Which I guess is not gonna work. That ought to do it. So we can build it up to here and then complain later on that we can't connect it, because it's gonna be underneath a footpath. Well, at least we can start building it up to this point, I think. Let's see if it'll allow us to reconnect this, I guess. Nope. It will not. Okay, this will do. A little bit shorter. Not that short. So I guess we can build the heating pipe that way. Then demolish the connection here. Finish the heating pipe. And then tear down the small heating pipe afterwards. And until then, the other heating has to be done because they're going to be moved to the new heating plant. So this is the rest of the coal we have, I guess. Yep, that'll work. They can do the demolition from this heating plant. Because the heating plant is all connected. And I'll have to be there anyway to take down the rest afterwards. Coal consumption is fairly low. Okay, get that heating pipe built. Once it's done, it should be like February, March or April. Then we can start the demolition of a very short section here to then hook up the new heating pipe to the heat exchanger in the correct size this time. And then afterwards they can work on the demolition of the other heating pipe again. Very silly. I think I'm going to shut off this heating plant right now because the other one should be able to handle this settlement with the temperature climbing. Might be incorrect on that. Hopefully I am not. But that's what I think should work. Which will hopefully bring up the health here earlier this year. The happiness of 32% is a little bit low. No one's selling clothing right now. That is driving down the happiness really, really quickly. Send some workers to the clothing store, please. Yeah, if they can't buy clothing, everyone's gonna be really mad in like a month. Not sure how long that has been ongoing. Apparently quite long. Oh Jesus. More workers here, please. Stabilize. 3 workers is something we should be able to manage. I hope we can keep the heating plant fed with coal deliveries by horse carriage. Otherwise it's gonna be a different kind of problem. But now we're technically 2 years away from the rail construction vehicle. Which means we could start the construction of buildings in the area. I guess we could start with the repair station. I think the warehouse we don't need right now, but in the future we might. Sure, start building stuff up. Coaling station, so we can build the train tracks through. Aggregate station and this building. Rail construction office is important. I haven't finished the groundworks here yet. And that one we need in 2 years to buy the rail construction vehicle and start building. Start building the train tracks. I hope this is gonna work. Yeah, in April we can start tearing down the other heating pipe. End of March, probably. Life expectancy here is still 65. $68 on average. A lot of starvation involved. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. No turning around here. Left-hand turns on that junction, please. Yeah, I think I would have to maybe start a run in my summer car. I bought my winter car because I just like the idea of like a very simulation heavy survival game. I'm not sure if I can survive the jank. And I would definitely play with the mod that replaces the finish flag in the garage with a basic manual on how to build an engine and a vehicle. I'm not saying I already installed that one, but I kinda did. So we got this year to finish the construction of the Royal Construction Office, getting ready for, well, we got over a year because the LTC only becomes available in 1919. Not sure if early or late 1919. But we also need some time to fill the Royal Construction Office with some gear. Probably a single horse carriage each for aggregates, and I guess it's just going to be like gravel, wood, and steel that's going to be hauled into the Royal Construction Office. Don't need any other material, I don't think. So Super Dana, why are you like suggesting so many games today? Are you like hoping for a change of different games? I don't know if I can do that. I don't think that's a good idea. My god. Someone take care of the kindergarten. Let's make sure the kindergarten is fully staffed. There's so many children here that are lowering our productivity, and in the city I guess I care about it. Happiness went up 1%. Let's go. We can do it. No migrants so far. 26% highly educated workers. Maybe now's the time to start the loyalty train. Maybe now's the time. Now we still have to bring up the amount of workers in the secret police to get that working again properly. Otherwise I can't rely on the migrants to generate a ton of loyalty. I really would like the orphans to not actually go to the university, but we're not going to achieve that. It's going to be a mixture. It's going to be like some are going to make it through, not everyone, I guess. Yeah, the loyalty of everyone is pretty low. Nah, I gotta wait until the birth rate actually starts trending upwards again. Sometimes kids go to university, but not often. Oh, loyalty requirement is now too high, I think. Which means that the orphanage is gonna run into issues with the... Actually, it's still at 20% and they're complaining. Sheesh. That's not good. Or you're leaving deviate fish. What's going on? So yeah, this is like, I guess gonna be the restart of loyalty in an attempt to stabilize for the arrival of trains, which will then hopefully like increase our supply rate. Well, first of all, we're gonna have to make more money with the incineration setup down here. Because we're hiring a lot of foreign manpower right now. And there's not going to be any workers going to the clothing factory anymore. Because this setup, the heating plant and the incinerator, will probably gobble up most of the workers. So yeah, birth rate first. We're down to 780 from 1,200? 1,100? It's been a ride. But no migrants recently. We're gonna have to stabilize. End of March, we're almost at 20 degrees. I think we're gonna start demolishing the heating pipe now. This should be enough, I think. And you'll have to pick up workers from, I guess, our bus stop. And hopefully we can connect it. Shouldn't take too long to demolish. And carry the waste away. And if we can connect it, then we can start the demolition of the other part of it. But the construction is more important than the demolition right now. There's no graph of criminality here, is there? Productivity 40%, let's go. Yeah, I think as soon as we move people into the orphanage that didn't have enough workers, I think that's when our nation collapsed. We only have to figure out who we can blame for that, and then I think everything will be fine. But yeah, less pollution issues in the settlement now, I believe. Should hopefully stabilize the nation. If we can ensure that we don't run out of coal. And the heating plant is going through a lot of it. Heating plant doesn't need to run right now because it's not connected to the heat exchanger. Even though it could provide some heating to buildings directly, but we're not doing that. 20 degrees outside should be enough. 15 should be fine too. And there's epidemic number, I think 8 or 9. Another very serious epidemic infecting many citizens, lasting a long time, because why not? I think it's the 6th or 7th very serious epidemic. But we had some non-serious ones, I guess. You're waiting like 4 hours in front of the clothing store, and then you go to the House of Culture? No? Is it not open? There's no one working here. No one's getting any culture either. Everyone's like assigned to buildings that are not working well. Just send workers wherever. The micromanagement of everything is... Well, the grocer is kind of important, I guess, but... I don't want to keep micromanaging everything. I mean, it was micromanaged until now, and the grocer still wasn't full of workers. People are not getting food right now. Gonna have to redo all the assignments, but I think this is for the best. Minus the fact that I'm unassigning the bus stops, I guess. I'm gonna see if they can figure it out themselves. I don't think they'll be able to. Especially not with everyone becoming highly educated, I guess. 26% higher education, not bad. Have you looked at the last Starship? Yeah, I tried it on stream for an hour. Couldn't quite get into it. After that we tried Cosmoteer and I really got into that one. It was kind of weird. The last Starship's coming out like in February. So maybe I'll try it again then. These people don't want to work in the grocers, it feels like. Tearing the Cosmo? What? I don't understand. You are highly educated, you shouldn't be working in those. There. Tearing the Cosmo. Explain yourself. What does it mean? Oh my god, the crime is going up. I think... Yep, crime is the highest reason for unhappiness now. Also, I don't think we're getting any highly educated workers over here anymore, so people in this area are probably having a... Oh, they're not doing too bad. Okay, never mind. Okay. I guess we're getting a lot more highly educated people. They're not arriving here by horse carriage anymore, but a decent amount of them live over there. The number is Mason. What do they mean? I'm just sitting here shrugging. Is it a famous reference that I would know if I watched it in the past in German, or is it something recent? I have no idea. Call of Duty meme. Ah. Then that's been over 20 years too since no, not 20 years, 15 years. Call of Duty Black Ops 2011. Yeah. 15 years since I played a Call of Duty game. Yep. I don't remember it. Could not tell. I guess that would be a meme from my Call of Duty time, but I think Black Ops... No, it wasn't Black Ops 1. Modern Warfare 3 was the last one where I was like noping out of that series. Why does it not show up in my list anymore? Did I buy it on something else? I have no idea. It doesn't show up in my list, so maybe I didn't even buy Modern Warfare 3. I lost track like 15 games ago. Yeah, it's been going through quite a few games today, at least talking wise. I'm so confused with the amount of games we've been talking about. But hey, at least we've made quite a bit of time progress in workers and resources, and we're getting towards being able to run trains. I like Stalker 2 has some nice guns, could be more though. I don't think I'm playing with all the guns, I think it has plenty. But it could have, yeah, I mean, you have a lot of guns and they're customizable, so I don't know. Tarkov has plenty. Well, Tarkov is its own kind of game in that regard. It's a PvP game, so more guns are appealing. For sure. I think Stalker 2 is supposed to have a machine gun. Now we're back down to metal scrap, excellent. Means we can switch this over to metal scrap again. Construction waste has slowly faded away. Don't put it into the unloading command, otherwise we're gonna get stuck at the customs house. Stalker 2 doesn't have the FN90, which makes me sad. Would it make sense to show up in Ukraine? In a Chernobyl-like situation? I'm not sure. It has a lot of, it has like, well, we have found at least 3 SMGs. The MP5, then that short one with the silencer, and then another one, but I can't remember that one. G36 is in the game already, I think, yes. We found a G36, it has the magnified optic as a default, it's not the export version as well. P90 isn't very few games. Would it make sense to show up there? I mean, I don't know if the I don't know where Sikra is from, like that science organization. And technically they have a like a mercenary organization that is protecting the zone, quote unquote, which can have all sorts of guns, so even the P90 would make sense. I'm just not sure you would have much fun running a P90 with the lack of ammunition you might experience. Should totally mod that in. It probably already has a P90 mod. It's a distinct, bulky, and famous gun. People know it and like it. Happiness dropped again. Happiness rose up again. 32, 33. Are we going to stabilize game? can't even run the orphanage anymore. EP13 uses 5.7 by 28. Yep, no other game in the Stalker 2 universe does, as far as I can tell. So it could be a problem. I'm not happy about what is happening to the settlement. I'm gonna have to get the migrants started, I think. We're just losing more and more people. Temperature's low now too. 12 degrees in May. Are you kidding me, game? Come on now. Alright, let's move everyone out of here. High loyalty. Let's get the migrants started. I need a bunch of money. This is gonna be so expensive. You know what? Don't assign it to the orphanage. Just let them figure things out based on a loyalty setting, hopefully. Maybe they can get themselves organized. MP7 can use that ammo too? Really? I thought they had a different caliber. Why is it May and the temperature's dropping down to 13 degrees? Game. Why are you trying to kill my settlement right now again? Oh, we better finish the heating pipe. I'm like committed. They're gonna suffer for a bit. And then maybe the people will figure out that no one's working here and they're gonna go here. And temperature's dropping low again because it's in May and that's still cold, I guess. $44,000 rubles on migrant invitations. You know that you can play Tarkov offline now against NPCs? Yes, if you buy another $30 or Euro DLC. Or you download a mod which is against the terms of services. I'm gonna play Road to Vostok instead. Tarkov has too much weirdness attached to it. I really like how it looks, but I'm not gonna get into that game at all. The business practices of that game have put me off of buying it before it arrived at Steam. You just like the guns, huh? I can see that. I should try some Reforger again. I wonder if there's any update for that. Okay, they're not working in the orphanage the way they're supposed to. Guess we're gonna force that then. Make sure the orphanage is fully staffed, come on. And let's go back to propaganda. Vladivostok seems nice, yep. Was a bit clunky, and I played it in winter mode, which I was not prepared for when I showed it off. But I'm also hoping that that's gonna release like Q1 this year. And that could be fun. If something goes wrong with the plan for the heating pipe, it's gonna be a bit of a problem, especially since I'm emptying out the heating plant with its coal here too. Undecided from the distribution office, stop bringing coal to the heating plant. Probably one of those early access forever games. The demo is already quite advanced that you can play right now. But yeah, I'm not sure how far he wants to take it with the development of the game. It's May, temperature's low again, of course. People are gonna get mad, we're gonna lose some loyalty. But yeah, we'll keep highly educated workers as high as possible now, because they're gonna have to take care of the orphans, which will make really loyal, highly educated people, which are hopefully gonna move into this building that I put a lot of other citizens into right now. I have to work on the loyalty. Last try, basically, I think. Should last us until the trains show up, and then we can make a decision. Do we play the Metro games? Yes, but I also got stuck on those at some point. I only played Metro 2033, I think. I have the Redux games, never played them. I kind of wanna... Why am I eyeballing my summer card? That's the wrong game to start right now. How will I finish Stalker 2 first? I hate having so many like open runs on stream, because I also don't like ending a run without commentary, which has happened recently. Kind of for Euro Truck Simulator, which I kind of want to continue too. Yeah, I don't like starting runs and then not properly finishing them with like at least an outro episode. I don't know. Don't need to rush it, just play what you feel like. I guess. That was the original idea of streaming. But then it also is quite fun to stream what people want. If there's like a general consensus of what I would like to play and what stream wants, then it matches quite nicely. So we do it for the journey, not a destination. Well, with challenge runs, I guess we're doing it for a destination normally, so... That is, I guess, the mindset question. Okay, let's see if we can bring the loyalty of the orphans back up. Try to kickstart this again with a large amount of migrants last month. Now that the secret police is working again, I guess the school is not doing too well either. Gonna have to lower the loyalty requirement in that. Make sure teachers show up here and get the students through. But the loyalty requirement in the university probably has to be enforced to be at least 30 for potential students. Because ideally, the orphans go through, get their education. I think that all games you are currently playing are good. Yeah, I just don't like having so many games in parallel is the problem. That's the thing that's a problem. Because I'm also like streaming like almost every day. Which is a lot. Sometimes multiple times a day. But yeah, speaking about that, tomorrow I think we're going back to either Master of Command, Grimshire, I mean probably both. Then in the afternoon a race and then followed by Euro Truck, I guess. I'm hoping that the update for like Space Combat and Astronauts shows up soon. Astronauts is a game I also want to do another run in. They fixed the whole like stacking items on top of each other, which allowed us to get quite rich quite quickly, so a proper run in that would be nice, trying to go back to Venus or some other planets. I want to see the end of Grimshire EA. I don't know if I want to overdo Grimshire. I definitely would like to continue. But if we get to the end of the first year and then stop, it's going to be hard to restart again once the developer adds more. Could be a bit of a problem. Okay, that demolition is definitely taking way too long. We still have more heating pipe to build. Come on, guys. I guess I'm only sending like a single worker here, which is not ideal. I need to put an actual wagon in there, I think. I thought like feeding a couple of workers from the customs house to the demolition task would be fast enough, but evidently, with the traffic jam at the border, it's not working. I guess it would do another run once it goes out of 1.0 completely. That's like so much time commitment. For I'm not sure if I'm gonna be burned out by that time or not. There's like Stationeers falls into that category, Astronauts. It's like Mine Mogul now too. Cosmoteers in early access technically, I guess. Master Command is fully released, so that's nice. Like, you've seen how relatively slowly that game goes, because it's like a Stardew Valley-esque game, and going through the year has some time involvement. No, don't tell me that the clinic can't keep up now. You can't do this to me, game. There's 47 highly educated people living next to the small clinic. You can't be that stupid. Grimshire is a super chill game. On the current difficulty, it's more chill than on the difficulty I was originally playing it at, but it's a chill game to watch. It feels stressful to play, that's for sure. Like I'm running around trying to make sure everything gets completed. Oh man, these assignments are not looking great. Go work in the clinic, please. Make sure the doctors can actually treat people. I don't know if you've tried the demo. It's not... I guess if I turned on the difficulty one more level... I don't know if there are one or two more levels below, but... Yes, we could make it very chill, I guess. But there would always be the danger of, like, something bad happening, I guess. I don't like farming games with deadlines. It's not a deadline, it's just death. It's like being a serf. Like, if you don't finish it, then you're gonna get some, I don't know, some punishment, but you can still keep going afterwards. I don't think that it's gonna end the game if it happens. I would assume. Oh yeah, different mindset, I guess. Technically, okay. The only farming game that doesn't have a deadline is, I guess, Workers and Resources on an Asia map. Otherwise, winter's always a deadline, isn't it? And maybe Stationeers. I mean, I guess if they don't have seasons and the harvest goes through in like 5 days, then I guess there's no real deadline. But no, then even then the harvest is the deadline. Isn't it? I don't know. I don't know why I'm trying to talk you into like every farming game has a deadline, because every crop grows. The Whisker game, that one also has a deadline. That one has a massive deadline. But not the farming itself, just... You can also do mining. You don't have to do farming. You might run out of mining resources at some point, but... And it's a mining game with a deadline. Okay, this is taking longer than expected, but we got months. We should be okay. Starting the construction of the other heating pipe now, which means we'll be done by the time they get to get through with the demolition of this one, and we can place the second extension. Hopefully I don't have to do anything weird here. The difficulty you currently play Grimshire, I might like it. Yeah. But I think you would have to like give it a test too first. Just to get used to the difficulty. Because like I said in my first game, the fishing was maybe not the calmest choice to do that. But like we saw, like fishing recovered again, and now it's like could be a really good source of food for the settlement, at least for the carnivores. Oh my god, no. Why are you all parked here? What's going on? Why is Jesus Christ. Why is everyone assigned to this thing now? That wasn't supposed to be the case. At least the heating plant is empty now, I guess. Maybe that's the reason why the demolition wasn't going through. But I don't think that traffic jam was ongoing for such a long time. Doesn't look like it. I need to get rid of this gas station. It's in a really, really terrible spot. I'm not buying EA games anyway, except Songs of Six. Okay. That's a whole different thing, yeah. Okay, demolition is finally ongoing. And one worker delivery will complete it. Just have to carry the waste away, I guess. And afterwards, we can demolish the other section of pipe. So, let's hope that we can hook up this heating pipe to the heat exchanger. And this time, I'm pretty sure I built the right one, and not another small one. Yes, this time it's a large heating pipe. What a silly mistake. Oh wait, is that the reason why we have construction waste in here? Did I assign you to the incinerator? No. Okay. I think it was the previous demolition office that was assigned, but not right now. Okay, that should work. And then we can demolish the other heating pipe, which is going to take a while. So I got 3 months to finish that heating pipe. It should be not a huge deal. Hopefully. Just to add to your pile, will you play Pathologic 3? I think so, yes. I saw something Barbaric stream it yesterday, and I think I would give it a try. It would be a very story-heavy narrative game that I would have to talk a lot, I guess, to like read everything out because it's not voiced, I don't think. But I do like the idea of a non-survival focused version of Pathologic, I guess. Because it somewhat seemed like a detective style game. Super lots of reading. Yeah, something I'm not really fond of if it's not like gameplay focused and more story focused. But I think in that game the story is the gameplay, so I would try to get into it, I guess. And hopefully it'll work. Let's try to push for 50% loyalty in the school for our teachers, if that is even possible. I don't think it's going to be possible yet, because our orphans haven't run through the school yet, through the university yet. Nor do they have enough loyalty to actually become really loyal. That is still in progress. And sometimes they're letting people in here with insufficient loyalty anyway, stagnating our loyalty gain. Because the secret police is not working efficiently. Okay, only 273 days of construction work for the heating pipe, 120 for the groundworks. 2 more deliveries of gravel, maybe 3. And a bunch of workers will finish that quite quickly. You're half done with Grimshire, so I guess 2 more streams and you're done, freed up some more space. I thought I did like 3 or 4 streams of that game. I think I need like 2 streams per season. I don't know. Especially now that vacation is over. And I don't know if the difficulty is gonna go up, but right now the difficulty in summer feels pretty chill, yeah. It's probably gonna change though. One stream was 12 hours. That is true, but it was only 2/3 of it. We did something before that. Something else. Could modernize with trucks. We're running through so much money. But the loan capacity is still 2.5 million, so it's fine. All going into infrastructure right now. That heating pipe demolition is gonna take a while. Yeah, the main concern here is that workers are not able to get to the heating plant because of a traffic jam at the border or some other weird shenanigans. The route to the heating plant has become a lot more important. Oh god, come on. That's not cool. Just blocking everything. It's the extra roads I'm running through the end station that are causing trouble. You actually built that up, huh? Well, looks like we got a university here now. Not supposed to run yet. Hello, Hailstorm. Welcome. Maybe I should switch these to highly educated, high loyalty. I think that's what we're gonna do. They're gonna go through an education system anyway. So at that point, we might as well make sure that the orphans can educate more orphans afterwards. But we also need them for the school. But not in the beginning. I think I'm going to try and focus on the orphanage in the beginning. We really need more highly educated people running the secret police. We're still having question marks here. I'm not even sure what you're working in. Clinic, secret police, grocer. Grocer? Oh, shopping. I mean, you're all working in the right buildings, I guess. Maybe there's too many people assigned to the party HQ. And not enough, like, people with a regular education, I guess. I'm hearing a lot of like sirens, or like in this case bells dinging. I really wonder if there's like a generic... Are we still having the epidemic? I don't know. The health problems are... the game is throwing at us are also a concern. Okay, yeah, heating pipe should be fine. It's last construction phase and just some more steel and mechanical components. Come on, make sure the tutor situation in the orphanage is fine, please, thank you. I want my 50+% loyalty orphans now. I'm trying to get this restarted. 21% highly educated is not going to be enough. %loyalty. Living in a flat, not in the orphanage. Got a basic education now. Where are you gonna move into? Probably from one of the migrants we got. We need to push up that loyalty requirement. 50%, please. For the teachers. I'm not sure if we have anyone who would work in here right now at that loyalty requirement. I think there's at least... Well, if I'm going to say at least 2, then it's going to take a while for them to show up. But if they could make sure that the people going through school do not drop below 50% loyalty, then we would have more potential workers for the orphanage, I guess. Okay, so 25 to 75% loyalty, higher education, 75% to 100 higher education for the school in the future, or at least like living close to the school. No, just bring everyone through university. Try and get more people educated. I want this city to be mostly highly educated. It's gonna be really annoying in regards to like making sure that the grocer stays staffed, I guess. We'll figure something out. The level of happiness would give me a panic attack if I was playing. Oh, that's only that high because we got some migrants right now, Pyan. We waited a little bit and then got some migrants. We were down to 30 to 31% happiness. But now we're trying to restart our loyalty and hopefully happiness that way. Couldn't get the birth rate stabilized with a happiness of 35%. Should have rated you. Just finished the stream. Oh, nice. What were you streaming? Let me give you a shout out, just because. Then I can also see what you were streaming. Manor Lords, nice. Hope you had fun in that. Have they made any progress on adding more features? Like they were planning on doing like a competitive AI, as in like one that plays similar to the player. And I think they were also trying to rework the market system in that game, which sounds kind of cool, to be more dynamic. Appreciate it. Finally understand how it works. Ah, okay. Good, good. Heating pipe is finally connected. So the heating should work. Once the heating plant gets some workers, I guess. We should test that. We should test that before it actually goes live, I guess. Would be very handy to know that everything works well.
Then we can also start tearing down the old heating plant, I guess. Well, the heat water tank is definitely heating up, so I would say it is working fine. We just started getting into it. Onboarding process could use some work. Worst learning curve has been buildings. Just to find out how the production pipeline works. Yeah. Takes a bit of... takes experimentation. Blinky doesn't tolerate happiness around here. No. We're at 49%, anything higher is illegal. That would be a challenge run. Oh my god. Where we're trying to balance happiness below 50%. How would you do that? Migrants from the west, I guess. Hello, Tycoon Veteran. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Farming Simulator 25, nice. Hope you had a good stream. Have you been playing any Tower Networking Inc. recently, maybe? They've made a lot of development there. I should also go and check that out again, but how was your Farming Simulator run? I just remember we were talking about Tower Networking Inc. the last time, so I haven't looked at that game in a while. I have no experience with Farming Simulator whatsoever. Saw the news but did not check it out. Ah, okay. But I hope you had a good time in Farming Simulator. Maybe the Tower Sim multiplayer. Yeah, that would be something. That would be something. Welcome, Raiders. I'm the Spriteshword. We're playing Workers and Resources today. Trying to keep our happiness below 50% apparently. We just had a massive happiness crash. We're playing with the early start DLC. That starts in 1920, although we started in 1900. And then I turned back the time another 10 years, so technically I guess we started in 1890. And we're a little bit on a struggle bus, although trains will unlock in less than 2 years, hopefully. And everything is kind of like developing for that. Trying to... and hoping to have trains here very soon. The Royal Construction Office is being built. And then we'll move resources in, and then hopefully in 1.5 years we can build buy a track builder. So what are you playing in, like, oh, what are you doing in Farming Simulator? Are you playing multiplayer or single player? Do you have anything in mind, or is it a chill game trying to make as much money as possible, harvesting as many crops as possible? Like I have watched multiplayer XXL Farm. Ah, okay, got it. Yeah, we're currently experiencing the early start extension with horse carriages. I'm resisting modernization since like 1912, 1913 we could have trucks already. But I have not decided to do that yet. Do you have mods in this game? I have no mods. The only mod I used, I guess, was to turn back the time in-game without having to edit my save game, but other than that, no vehicle or building mods. Playing completely modless, I guess, in the content department. Okay, when people become really, really happy again, they're gonna have more children, which means the orphanages are gonna start getting overloaded. This is gonna be a problem. But this time we have another orphanage prepared. Maybe that'll be enough.
I was thinking of starting even earlier than 1900, but then I would probably do a mod that gives like us a track builder at least like in the 1850s or slightly after. And a way to transport it, but I haven't really looked into the Steam Workshop for any mods. Mostly playing almost exclusively vanilla, I guess. There's so many good mods though, and many of them are making it into the base game after a while, which is really cool to see. Okay, I hope we can supply enough workers here. It looks like it could be a problem during winter. Now we're also bringing workers to Ustron. Oh yeah, I guess that one technically counts as Ustron. Trying to set up like a new settlement. Currently it's only a technical university that I want to run with workers, and then maybe add like a large orphanage to it and have my orphans be handled outside the settlement with a dedicated private school and private university. And then I need another orphanage that only gets access to a school, I guess. That's a bit weird. Still trying the whole idea of getting loyalty without a radio or TV station. Because good loyalty adds a lot of productivity to our workers. For free. If we don't count the fact that a lot of workers have to spend a long time making them very loyal. But it does propagate. Once they have children, their children will be more loyal because of it. So it's like some investment that we have to make. It's kind of like a heating plant. You're getting your people loyal, which takes a lot of effort. And then hopefully you can keep it just going with just a minimal amount of effort. But for us it fell over, and then now we're trying to restart it. And maybe it'll work. Let's see. Someone can't move into any building. This one is intermediate loyalty, highly educated. This one is high loyalty, higher educated. Is it very low? No, these ones accept any loyalty below 50%, so there's room. So the person waiting is not high loyalty, must be either high education, must be either low education or uneducated. And this one accepts everything but the lowest loyalty. So it's probably someone with really, really low loyalty. Orphans are the better parents? Huh. Well, yeah. They sort of are. Quick off-topic question regarding Master of Command. Have you by chance noticed if some of the general traits are nation-locked? Playing Prussia now after my run with the British, and I have yet to see the trait that makes them fire by rank. I have fire by rank in my Prussia run. I have that in my current run. So, since I've only played as Prussia, I don't know. But I can tell you that that trait does show up as Prussia. It might be less likely, but it's there. Thank you, that was what I wanted to hear. Okay. So that means that I have been incredibly unlucky so far. I've seen it twice. So it might be very rare. I don't know. It's like for the generals, right? So maybe if you do some training standing around, maybe you get it. I don't know if it has like a prerequisite that you have to have. I don't believe you do, but maybe something makes it more likely to appear. Yeah, 20% minimum loyalty for the students in the party HQ. We want the higher education to go up to 30, maybe 40%. I'm going to try and change my method for the settlement. This should be mostly highly educated. And then I guess highly educated would also work in the orphanage. But the whole concept would then prevent disloyal people from Pruskov, the disloyal settlement, where everyone with a loyalty lower than 50% has to move. Well, at least the majority of it. They would not be able to send their people back because they only move here, or the majority of them moves here, with basic education. And if we only, with the majority of people inside Best Lady accepts only higher education, we could lower the amount of like reverse migration back to the cities. I am not sure if the heating is gonna work. We have to keep monitoring that. That's going to be very, very important. Because that could kill our loyalty quite quickly too. A lack of sufficient heating. Why is the heat exchanger struggling right now? Okay, we're over 80, but it's 14 degrees outside. Why is the efficiency of that building so bad? So the early start heat exchangers are very low efficiency, huh? It's only at 85 degrees. I mean, it only lost 5 degrees, I guess. Right, they start at 90, not at 100. My bad. They don't put boiling water into the heat exchangers. Look at that green number this month. All construction is pretty much done. Even with 4,500 rubles worth of foreign manpower. Now that we're not building anymore, we're writing some green numbers. Which is good to see. Because we're going to pay a lot more money in slightly over a year for the rail construction. Why are you not receiving water yet? I'm confused. Oh. What the hell happened here? I have no idea what happened here. Weird. Maybe I don't get it. Okay, sure, I guess we'll have to demolish that one too. And bring some coal into it. There's a single unloading station, but yeah, one One dumper carriage should be able to handle that. Assigned explicitly only to that building for now. No other task. But yeah, it doesn't. It will like have to deliver once, maybe twice, and then we can put it back into storage because in the future the train is going to do the delivery to the coaling station. What it can do in a bit is like deliver some coal to the rail construction office. .300 cubic meters should be enough to heat the town easily. At the end of October, the temperature is going to start dropping, and then we'll find out. Crime is quite prevalent now. Now we have to prevent the people from Pruskov moving back into Besledi. That could be a pretty bad effect to the town, especially criminality-wise. But if we can manage the orphanages, then average criminality will probably go down. I'm still waiting for like the restart of the birth wave, and then the problems with the orphanages again. But maybe by that time we will have a bunch of really, really loyal orphans working in the school again. And a bunch of people are waiting for that, so 75% loyalty. We need one of those orphans to make it through, move into the correct building, and then start educating the people in the school. Oh god, the orphans can't get through the school education right now. Right, that's why I should have a private school for them. God dang it. Well, we gotta get the orphans through. Don't need an education crisis on my hand right now. That's a lot of people waiting. But yeah, Burns, I hope you're having a good fun with Master of Command. It's really, really good, I think. If you like a Battle Brother meets Total War kind of game. I should have had a private school for them. Oh well. I do. It's like a perfect mix between those games, yeah. It's not like super simulation heavy, but it has a lot of historical flavor. And it's very customizable. And in the way that like your units work like Battle Brothers. But I do like the I do like the fact that you're actually handling formations. And the real-time battles are also pretty good. I'm going to continue that one tomorrow and see if we can go through Act 2 of the army we developed. Hopefully the single crash we had is not going to repeat itself. After like, how many hours did I play it? I had one crash. 15 hours. There's like a realistic version of that type of game, but it doesn't have the overarching campaign stuff as far as I know. And that game is called Scourge of War. I have the remastered version of that. And I have no idea why Gettysburg costs 44 euros. But at least they made the engine good from Scourge of War. Finally, it runs better now, but yeah, it's all about the battles in that game. I streamed that one too at some point, I think. It's a completely different beast. That's like more like Shadow Empire, I guess, real time. Actual war game, pretty much. I mean, if the first batch of, if the first group of orphans get released with high loyalty but basic education, it would be fine too. We should make sure that they have like room to move into and don't sour in an area where it's not helpful for us. Currently the buildings are all kind of full. Like 75 or higher loyalty should be able to move in here, I think. At least making room for people. No, this one should just be highly educated. 50 to 100% loyalty. Oh yeah, they can move in here. Sure. We do assign those to go to the kindergarten, grocer and small store, which is not ideal though. Now we have to funnel the very loyal people into specific buildings. I'll do it here, I guess. Sure. %97 loyalty, 0.45% education, basic education. Definitely don't want to use those workers, because they're gonna have children, they're gonna be super loyal, and they just, yeah. It needs to keep propagating. Hopefully the school can catch up. Out of money. We were making money last month as well, but yeah, I mean, we're still building stuff, so. And now we should also pay attention to our heating situation. Currently it's still fine, but there's a very low amount of workers in here. 5 should be enough to run it, because that's what we had in our previous heating plant. I'll still let more people go in, just in case. Oh wow, it's already been 5 hours today. Now we'll keep going for at least another hour, I think. Like this is a 6-hour stream today. Maybe. Let's say at least until midnight. Yay. I must admit, Super Dano talking all the time about Anno. I kind of want to play Anno 1800 at some point too. But it's in the category of Captain of Industry. It's like second tier game for me, mostly because of what Ubisoft has been doing with its like public relations, I guess. And the other thing is that I don't like playing against the AI in that game because it just feels like super scripted and not playing by the same rules. But the rest of the game is pretty much fully enjoyable to me. But I've never really finished one game, I guess. Okay, I'm worried. Please get the heating running again. This is not reliable right now. Although there's a lot of spare heating capacity right now in the heating plant. I guess the heat exchanger not doing too well. I don't know if we can go through winter that way. Captain of Industry for the win. Yeah. Same kind of situation, I guess. Oh, did the workers despawn? Oh god. That's not good. You only have an hour left. You're also not gonna make it. Oh god, I might have to bring workers here, like, with some intermediate bus stop just to make sure we don't die from lack of heating. Alternatively... Oh god. Alternatively foreign workers from the border, but... Is this gonna work? I guess it is. That would create a lot of unemployed people. I'm worried. How am I gonna do this? Why is there such a traffic jam here? Okay, sure. We'll do a workaround for now. That'll hopefully keep the heat going before people freeze to death. And it also doesn't need any horse carriages. As long as there's workers in that building, I guess it's gonna work. And all the people are now going to work here. Which could be a bit disastrous because the kindergarten might now work less efficiently, and fewer people can put their children into the kindergarten means less workers overall. But I would say heating has priority right now, so let's get that one going. And AI absolutely cheating and taking everything out of nowhere. They don't even AI fake fair play level in any of the Anno games. Yeah, they're basically like coding their AI like a character. So they're giving them like, they're like a rich nobleman or like they're a trader or militaristic person, and then they're just coding behavior in that way. And I don't really like it that much. There's a lot of workers here now. Well, construction office being built, slowly receiving all the materials it needs. 1,000 workdays for the current phase. The train depot is not as urgent because it's not necessary to build the train tracks, but once the train tracks have been built, we need to assemble a train to do the deliveries to the incinerator afterwards. That means if everything goes well, next time, before the the 10-year turning back time vote, if that should go through, we need to buy at least one train. We already have the train cars, and we need one rail construction vehicle. And then we can start building, even if we turn back the time to 1910, I guess. Please finish the reconstruction of the orphanage as fast as possible. Because that is all loyalty that we're going to lose if it isn't done. Let's check the buildings real quick by wear and tear. 40%. Everything's fine. Still trying to do the food production thing. Waste is piling up here now too. I guess we could bring the workers through here. Now that I think about it. So instead we could let them slowly like trickle towards the other bus platform. Bring them further and further this way. Which also means that the incinerator and the fire station is going to work, because the fire station kind of important, to be honest. If the heating plant catches fire, that would be another disaster. Probably a game-ending one. I mean, like, it would set us back like a year, maybe two. And then a lot of other things could like start burning and breaking down, where we would need foreign workers to keep everything protected. If it happens during winter. Especially since it's going to be full of coal. And that would be very hard to like move away and rebuild quickly. At that point it might be faster to actually like set up a second heating plant. While the first site is getting cleared up, and just redoing the heating pipe to the new one. It's good to see that our life expectancy this time is not going down yet. The incinerator hasn't been running for a while, but the heating plant was running full tilt, so at least as much as was needed, which is currently 25%. heating is sufficient. Really loyal, no education right now. I need to give them room, otherwise they might leave the Republic, I think. That is not what I want. Where can they move into? Uneducated people? With really high loyalty. I guess in here? Anyone with over 75% loyalty? Make sure they have at least a room. Yeah, otherwise I think they would leave the Republic at the age of 21. Because they're not allowed to stay longer in the orphanage. I've never seen anyone over the age of 20 inside the orphanage. Maybe a student hall would work for that. A student hall would be a pretty good idea if we're trying to go for very many highly educated people, because I could limit the student hall to only accept people with like 90% loyalty, which would be all the orphans. Hall of Residence. That way we could preserve all of the very loyal people. I think. I mean, the heating plants are gonna get demolished. Okay, let's see what the pollution in our settlement looks like now that everything is running again at its current max rate. Let's see if the lifespan goes down below 70. Or if we can hold a nice plus 70 lifespan, which is going to make our life expectancy a whole lot better and should add to the population growth. But yeah, by that point we probably need more housing and more workers for the new orphanage as well. These two houses will probably have to be built now. But first we're going to try it with like the existing housing capacity plus the Hall of Residence. That one takes 5 cubic meters for 75 workers. 5 cubic meters for 75, how does that compare to residential buildings? That's about the same, right? Looks like it. 75, 5 cubic meters, yeah. Okay, so it's like a residential building at that point. Yep. I think that might be a good idea because it's basically like a residential building for really loyal people. And they would wait to get a university education. They might even wait until once they finish their university education to actually move into another building. So we could have a backlog of very loyal people waiting to move into specific houses. I wonder if that's going to be like a missing link to get the loyalty stable. Because then we could always check the hall of residence, and if it's like low on highly educated, very loyal people, I would have to make a change. Down to 19% again. But that is due to us not running the school properly, and no one was able to get a higher education in the recent years. So it should be getting better now that the people can go through the school again. And some of the orphans will also get a university education. Hello Taz. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was Euro Truck Simulator for you? Let me give you a shout out. Welcome Riders, I'm the Sprite Red. I'm playing a city building / industry management game called Workers and Resources. You might have heard of it. We started in 1900 up to 1917 and we're running horse carts everywhere. Went well? Nice. Do you do more heavy cargo missions, or are you... I don't know if the World of Trucks offers super heavy cargo. But yeah, thanks for trying that out last time. That was really cool to see. Maybe you can try one in the rain. It's really interesting. I've never felt like Euro Truck physics other than that, like situation with heavy cargo in the rain. It was very frightening. What do you transport today? Prioritize jobs in Norway despite having done all the first 6 jobs. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, if Norway is fun, why not? Or maybe there's some other reason behind that. To the Swedish and Finnish job to do something somewhere else. Ah, okay. Still all about the Nordic countries. Well, I'm glad you had fun. Anything cool you've been doing to your truck recently? Or have you like settled in and are not modifying it anymore? Norway is fun for the mountain tunnels, which are more south. Oh right, I haven't even been to Norway yet, I don't think. I should go to Oslo and maybe look for some jobs too. Maybe tomorrow after the race I can do some Euro Truck. That would be cool. Not modifying at the moment. Ah, okay. Gotcha. That's 0% education, 99% loyalty. We're running a very small 2-parter settlement. We got Bislady at border. We got Prusko, which caused a lot of problems for us. Trying to run a clothing factory here with insufficient workers and a bunch of people living in a very desolated area with very low happiness. Not doing so well for them, but that was kind of the plan. But then it backfired and people from Prusko moved back to Bislady and made everyone miserable. So I'm trying to get this restarted somewhat with fresh migrants and hopefully giving everyone a better time now. But so far it's looking like it's staying fairly even. So population count went down quite a bit from 1,150 down to 770. We cut our population in half over the last 3 years. Then I refilled it up with 200 migrants. And now we're waiting to see where it goes. Very difficult city builder. Plays like more like Tropico than City Skylines because every building is hand placed. Nothing happens without your involvement really. Every vehicle, or like line of vehicles, is like either a line you made yourself or a building where you designated an order to be fulfilled. Like pick up resources from the border and transport them to a grain silo, which is then used in a food factory to make food. Together with some fresh drinking water, which are made from chemicals. I guess we don't need the clothing storage here. Next week we'll do another heavy cargo after I did the remaining 2 jobs in Sweden. Ah, okay. I mean, yeah, if you enjoyed the one, it depends like really on the environment, because like they're sending you through like highways, and especially if the highways have like really steep ramps or like very narrow ones and it's raining, it's super tricky. But I would recommend like trying one on like when it's raining. Maybe you can like set it to maximum rain and then try one. I think it could be fun. Didn't expect there be such good like force feedback physics in that game. That's why I got so used to driving with H pattern. It felt weird driving without. Ah, right. I thought every truck could be driven with H pattern. All the quick chops I used H pattern, but I guess you were sitting on the wrong side, so it was you didn't want to use the H pattern at that point. I see. Are you getting released out of the Republic without enough education, or do you actually move into the building that I said you can move into? Not really? Okay. Can't go above 6th gear? I have the same issue, but I'm using the gearboxes with like the modifier buttons. So there's like one that switches between high gear and low gear, and one that switches between like 1 and 2, 3 and 4, etc. Which makes it possible. Some of the gearboxes are like 16 gears. Most of them are 12, and then a single modifier basically allows you to go through all of them. Use a button on your keyboard. I have some buttons on the gear shifter directly. Has some buttons on it, but yeah. So I basically press that button, and then the next shift I do once I get out of the gear, it goes to the other range. Yes, G27. So once I'm like in 6th gear on a 12 shifter, I press the high range button. And then I shift back into 1st and I'm in 7th, I guess. There's different range modes that behave slightly differently, but yeah, you can do it that way. It takes some time getting used to, but so did like shifting in the first place. It's a bit odd, but it works. And once you start doing that, then I can drop more challenges on you, I guess. It's gonna be fun. No, I wouldn't do that. I mean, maybe. Cheeky, yes. But yeah, you can use like further ranges to extend your 6 plus reverse gear shifter to a 12 or even 16-1. Hello Taz. Hello Think Like, welcome. Why are you giving a Wushel a shout out? Where's Wushel? Is she in here too? I don't see Wushel. Then I guess shoutout doesn't work. Also, you're not a mod. I guess that's the real reason. That would be the real reason why it doesn't work. Oh, come on, don't break the orphanage now. Think like you're also not a mod. And Taz already received a shoutout. I'm not sure Taz can handle 2 shoutouts in short succession. Hello, Doogie. Welcome. Is this a new run? No, we're still on the early start 1900 start run. I just relocated the heating plant out of the settlement and we're seeing if that helps with the stability of the nation. And we're making 126 rubles, almost 200 rubles per month now. Never mind, we're writing red numbers this month. Spent a lot of money on building a large heating plant. But yeah, maybe letting the people walk to places is a little bit safer. You remind me of Dennis How? I don't know who that is. I hope it's a good thing. Let me look that up, I guess. Do you mean Denise Chow, the reporter? Oh no, the Dennis Show. That's someone else. A YouTuber. Was a YouTuber? Oh. Okay. I will have to listen to that, I guess, after the stream. Which is probably gonna end in 10 or so minutes. Gonna stop at like midnight. Yeah, it was still a 5.5 hour stream. I'm not sure if this is still already stable. Definitely not. We'll have to like get started with more migrants, make sure the orphanage keeps running as well as possible. There's so much loyalty to be had in this. But it needs the workforce, it needs to keep running well. Especially since the birth rate is now going to go up, and then it's going to flood the building, and we're going to have more problems again. Maybe I don't think I have the work account to start the other one right now too. But maybe now is like a good experiment to see what happens if we run this at like 5 workers with 0% loyalty requirement. And some of the orphans trickle over. If there are any. You remind me of April from TMNT. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Really? How did you figure that one? What have I done to remind you of April O'Neil? I don't know. I guess at the time I was watching that, I was only watching it in German, so I have no idea what English April O'Neil sounds like or was doing similar to me. I don't know if I want to listen or look that up, because I might be afraid of like hearing it too and then I can't unhear it. That could be devastating. You know what? Max culture enjoyment. Sure. You mentioned a reporter, and April was the only reporter I could think of. Ah, okay. I see. Yeah, I was like typing the name of the Doogie set in Google and some reporter showed up first. So I was a bit confused. Maximum happiness, maximum culture enjoyment. I guess that's like the other way we could educate orphans. Make them really happy. I don't think it would help, but I don't know. I guess I haven't tried that either. Just going for maximum cultural enjoyment. Maybe some sports enjoyment too. I'm gonna be super disloyal because we're basically feeding them Western propaganda in that orphanage. One person not able to move in anywhere. I don't know what loyalty they have, but if it's below 50, I guess I don't want them in the settlement right now. A bit late, but try splitting gears when shifting up down, like 2 low to 3 high, especially when unloaded. You don't need all the gears. Yeah, you don't. You can shift like from 2nd to 4th or like from 2nd to 5th. The trucks in ETS2 have like a lot of torque, so you don't need every gear anyway. Hello Rusha, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. I might regret this, but we're gonna send some workers to the kindergarten, not to the heating plant. I think there's enough here already, so a couple extra working in the kindergarten will hopefully make this a little bit more reliable and increase our birth rate in the Republic. Clothing store again? Seems okay. Probably just unreliable bus route from Pruskov sending citizens over here to do shopping. Very likely. Jesus Christ. Well, at least that horse feeder is almost back up and will hopefully take some load off of the refueling of the horses here. That is just terrible. Yeah, nothing happens without the player interacting with it, and this is something I did, and I regret it. Refueling station way too close to a junction. Not a good idea. But hopefully with some extra horse feed being provided next to the heating plant slash incinerator for vehicles coming back from Pruskov, which also has its own horse feeder. This might take the stress off of the area a little bit, I hope. It's mainly the vehicles that come back here and have to do a left-hand turn to get into the horse feeder that are causing the traffic jam, I guess. This building, less than 50% loyalty, basic education is fine. Going to the heating plant, working in the kindergarten, no problem. Well, we're getting really loyal workers with basic education now. I hope that they can work in the orphanage. And make sure that continues. I will probably have to tell them to actually do that. You're 16, you have had no school education yet. Loyalty of 99%. I have to let people in here. Oh, you're working in the orphanage too. Right, higher education. That hasn't happened yet. I'm trying to get a lot of higher educated people who are... Oh yeah, that's not working at all right now. The idea was to have everyone go through like school education and then higher education and make sure that we just filter based on higher education for our orphanage workers. But evidently that's currently not working as intended. Because the school hasn't caught up yet. Where are all the orphans coming from? People having children and then dying from like working in like an incinerator or heating plant and having health related issues or a stroke or an aneurysm or I don't know, just running away from the Republic and leaving the children behind, I guess. Could be all sorts of things. Maybe with the student hall it's gonna get fixed. If we can get our really loyal people in there, even past the age of 21. I wonder if they are gonna move in there if they haven't even finished their school education yet. Didn't know that would cost so much. It's not that many children, I guess. $20 people in a village of 1,000. That is running hazardous waste incineration from like bad waste across the border. I don't know what like a realistic rate would be. But you can definitely lower it by improving health. And making people happier. But then you also, when you're making people happier, you also increase the birth rate, which increases the chance that someone will like create an orphan at some point. 1 year until rail construction. We're in 1918 now. Good progress. I'm going to take out a loan so I don't forget and run out of money with my electricity. But yeah, life expectancy did drop under 70, but not by much. So currently this is still working, but at some point this incinerator will have to move, because the heating plant itself is currently running only at like 25-30% capacity. And if we are increasing the amount of people living inside the settlement, then the incinerator would make too much pollution at that point. How do you get 99% loyalty? We have filled the houses here with migrants from the border, which means we have a couple of them with a loyalty over 50%. And when you have people working with a loyalty of over 50% in the orphanage, then the Soviet propaganda actually works. And then when you have enough workers, you do get loyalty instead of like losing it. And the loyalty gain here is not limited. So every time they finish their free time, they would gain 1% of loyalty. And that can stack up to 100. Works as well in the prisons, not just the orphanage. But I'm currently trying it with the prison again. With the orphanage again. So once their free time is over, the loyalty gets applied as it is currently inside the building. So once I pause to like at 15 hours 30. So currently it's plus 0.19. So we might tick up to 100% or it might just stay at 99. It stays at 99. But that's how the calculation is done. Whenever the free time is over, the loyalty is applied at that point, as it is in the building. So some fluctuation isn't bad. And if you have high loyalty more than low loyalty, like negative loyalty, then your orphans gain loyalty over time. The higher the loyalty of the workers, the better. But if you have insufficient tutors, then the efficiency of the building goes down, and that's when it drops to negative. So we're currently struggling in a way where the loyalty of our tutors is going down because they don't have a nice life, I guess. And I'm trying to get these educated enough so they can move into buildings and also join the workforce to work in the orphanage afterwards. And I'm trying to get them to also run like our school system, basically. Because if you have a high loyalty teacher, they pull the loyalty of every student up while they're teaching. If you have a low loyalty teacher, they will pull the loyalty down. And that's why a secret police is kind of useful. Because you can manage things with loyalty. But on the highest difficulty it's quite tricky. And I'm still trying to find the right balance, or like the right building setup to actually make it sustainable. Because you need like a way to make sure that the orphans go through the education system while the regular citizens don't matter as much. I mean, they make up the bulk of your workforce, but the orphans always need the chance to go through the education without getting blocked by the other students. Still at 99%, age 20. Basic education is done, but university education is probably not finishing. But yeah, maybe we can solve that with the student hall. Although their loyalty might drop at that point. You grew up to 21, so you moved into a flat. And that flat is told to work in the orphanage, so now we're gonna have a worker in here with like very high loyalty, 100%. Which should overall help the loyalty gain and make it more resilient towards not having enough workers. But yeah, we might still have to get a wave of migrants every now and then, but maybe not. We will see. 99% loyalty to education, so higher education, age 20. After school time and free time, Shavaleski, Potap, Romanovic might grow up. And if they do, they should move into this building, which is there for housing our very loyal, highly educated people, to then work in the school, ideally. Pulling up the loyalty of everyone else inside the school. And if that is the case, then I might increase the loyalty requirement to work in the school. Loyalty dropped by 1%, so in that time the orphanage didn't have enough tutors, and the game is informing me about that too. But Shavaleski didn't grow up yet. Still age 20, still not a full adult based on game terms. So we're gonna have another free time phase, and then I guess we're gonna get another tick of loyalty or not. But yeah, we're struggling for workers in that building right now because the loyalty of the workers has dropped on average. But who knows, maybe we'll get another positive loyalty tick of like 1%. Definitely still going to be over 90% loyalty, unless something drastic happens inside the orphanage. Looks like it's going to be a null round, a little bit of a drop. 2% drop. Now we're down to 94%. Something drastic happened. God dang it. Yeah, keeping the amount of workers stable is like difficult, I guess. Curious how the student hall will turn out. Pretty much ignored them so far. I like them, but mostly in larger settlements, so having them in a small settlement right now is going to be interesting. Mainly because it's going to be like a lot of people waiting to finish their education and not moving into the Republic. But it might also lower birth rate, which wouldn't be a bad thing, because I think like we're going to have an issue with that. Age 17 hasn't finished basic education yet, still going to the school. Only high loyalty, please. Yeah, I need to feed loyal people back into the worker pool of the orphanage, which I think is more important than actually getting like workers into the flat for working inside the school. I think we need to get the orphanage loop satisfied first. Which I guess we're not going to move anyone in here right now. And hope that all the loyal people just go into these houses. Ideally with over 75% loyalty, but lower is also fine. Yeah, let's try and finish that first. I want to see if we can get that stabilized that way. Maybe I'm like trying to go for the school or the university too early. I could try this loyalty strategy in the vanilla game, right? Yeah. There's nothing not vanilla about this, unless you mean like without the DLC. It should also work in the non-DLC game. The only thing you need is like a secret police so you can manage the loyalty. Otherwise, a person whose loyalty you do not know counts as any loyalty, so they can work in any workplace. Non-DLC version. Ah, okay, yeah. Should work. Okay, last construction phase for the student hall. It's gonna cause a little bit of a road blockage, I guess, at the customs house. And we got our other refueling station back up, which will at least allow the horse carriages going through the bus stop here to refuel at this area. So it might reduce the strain on this feeder. Seems a lot better. I'm also interested to see how the student hall is going to work out. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm looking for some way to make it reliable. But yeah, right now we're going to try and get the tutor, like the orphans. I don't want the orphans to be like highly educated teachers in the school or university. I'm just going to try to feed the tutors back into the orphanage. So like, it's like we're going to be a direct loop right now. And see if we can get that loyalty situation stabilized basically in the first generation. And then when those former orphans become tutors, they should also have children of their own, which are going to be super loyal, and that should then slowly hopefully propagate into the Republic. But yeah, at some point we need super loyal teachers in the school. And then university. But for now, I guess just the orphanage will do. For testing. And we might need another group of migrants to help with that, because we're down to only 10 tutors working here, and there's like 3 buildings assigned to send its workers to that structure. And the average loyalty has dropped below 50, so people in here are not that loyal anymore. But who knows, maybe the next people growing up are gonna fix that for us. Or maybe with the student hall we're gonna run into the issue that they want to have a university education and will not move into any building until that is done. But I can move them out of the student hall manually, I guess. We're still at 100 highly educated workers only, 16%. It's not good enough. But we're still struggling to get the education through our regular students, I guess. I need more teachers here. Looking a little bit iffy. You know what? You're gonna help in the orphanage too now. You have a lot of loyal people moved in here recently. 93, 98, 90, blah blah blah. You also have someone with a higher education at 93%. Instead of going to work in the school, you're gonna work in the orphanage. I want the orphanage to be generating more loyalty, basically. That's the priority. Just make sure the orphanage has enough workers. We'll figure out the school and the university later. Different approach, I guess. I wonder how resilient the orphanage is going to be if we have like workers in here with 75% or higher loyalty. Because right now, at some point we run into the issue that there's just too many orphans. Even if the orphanage has like a full complement of workers, it then doesn't boost the loyalty anymore. Maybe if you have like really high loyalty, maybe it does actually do that, even if it's overcrowded. But I guess we would have to see and figure that out. Which we will do next time, because I streamed a little bit longer than I said I would. Next time we'll also finish the construction of the Royal Construction Office. We're less than a year away from trains now, I would say. I don't know when they show up. I assume early in the year. They might also show up late. We're around a year away from rail construction. We will be able to transport a rail construction vehicle to the Rail Construction Office. I think I need a truck for that, which is fine. I can buy a truck. And then that truck can also bring like open hull materials to the rail construction office. The construction of the heating plant I think was a success. Let's ignore the fact that I built the wrong heating pipe in the beginning. Pruskov is still a bit of a hellhole. But what can you do? Now that this lady is doing better and they can buy clothing again, I guess they're doing a little bit better too. But yeah, let's see if we can stabilize things next time. I'm interested to see if we can figure out a proper, stable loyalty setup with the orphanage that might not need like weird things like access universities or private schools. But I think a dedicated settlement will still happen for the orphans at some point because we will need volume. We will see. Until then, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see if I can find anyone to raid you to, maybe? How about we raid someone in the workers and resources category? Let me check this one.
Yeah, I'm getting there slowly. I still try and do like a top work sometimes.
Sure. Let's raid over to Paranoia. Hopefully it's going to be a good raid. Chat seems to be open. Face cam, workers and resourcing. 1921. Let's go. I think it's realism mode. And also a lot of infrastructure development seems to be happening. If you want to stick around for more workers and resources, please do. If not, that is absolutely fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your Thursday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably do some Master of Command again, and maybe some Grimshire, and racing afternoon, evening, followed by maybe Euro Truck. I'm saying way too many games. I shouldn't make any promises. We will see what happens. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.